Oh, hey. I guess I forgot to put up my intro, but hey, welcome.
Hey, hi.
Hello, we're live. Without the intro thing, but I'm not gonna panic and end the stream like I did that other time because because there was no intro.
Okay, let's play it now.
It's it's really it's really not necessary. Honestly, it's just a very generic. And there it is. So, welcome. Sorry, I'm late. I've had a hell of a day, hell of a night. Ugh, Jesus Christ. You attempt a task thinking it's going to be like, oh, no problem. Like, maybe a couple hours tops. And I ended up like all night, all day, not only getting ready for this rewatch, but like editing videos, editing the interview video, everything that I had to do. I had to record an outro to the interview. Everything took an absolute eternity. Like just trying to get the right angle with the camera. I'm not used to being on camera, and I'm on camera.
Yeah.
Trying to get the right angle because I have a lousy setup in my place, and I don't have a nice looking area to sit in. I don't want any of my mess showing in the background, and I'm not using a fake background because those look terrible. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, agreed.
And because then like you move a little, your hair starts to disappear, your shoulder starts to disappear, like
Yeah.
now you see me, now you don't.
Or
Yeah.
you wear any particular color, then the middle of you disappears.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm not doing that. So I didn't use a fake background, so it was not easy, and getting the right lighting. And apparently, like, my eyes are very sensitive when I'm tired because I wasn't using a bright ring light, but it was like torture trying to look into the camera with the ring light at my face. It was terrible. So it took me hours just to do that. And so anyway, that's my long sob story. But now, as a result, I got 2 hours of sleep and I'm completely exhausted. And that's why I'm late. But um, anyway, this will wake me up a little bit because we're covering the Colony House Massacre episode, which is one of the most memorable episodes of the entire series of From. And I think some might say it's the best. I mean, it's not my favorite episode. It's a fantastic episode, but I don't know. I don't need a giant event to happen, like a bunch of blood and killings to be hyped about an episode. Personally, I don't actually. But I would say it's one of my favorites. It's definitely in, like, the top few.
Well, Ethan slept through it, so there's that.
Yeah. Ethan basically slept through the whole thing.
Yeah.
He was hardly in it at all. Yeah. Anyway, let's say hi to the people who are here. Good morning, Dieter, Scarlett, and all the Fromaholics. Yes, welcome, Fromaholics. Yes, I've got water. I haven't really eaten anything, but I'll eat some at some point during this thing. Hey, Martin. It's been a few days. I finished season 1 of Severance last night. Excellent. I am so glad to see more From fans watching Severance. I keep hearing like more and more from fan after From fan saying, I just binged Severance, I just finished it, I just watched it for the first time, or they watched it with us. I'm so psyched to see that. The more From people we get, the more Fromaholics we can get watching Severance, the more we can stay together as a group, which is just awesome. So I love to see it because I'm really looking forward to covering Severance. And tomorrow night is the night, first episode of the season. So yeah, it's finally here.
They were really like pushing that podcast right up against the premiere because episode 9's not even out yet. The Ben Stiller and Adam Scott one.
Yeah, I finally looked it up last night. Like while I was exercising, I didn't have much time, but I listened to it, and while I was eating and exercising and putting on makeup, I listened to 2 episodes of the podcast, and they're fantastic. And the thing is, I looked at the dates, and they're dropping these so fast and so
Yep.
close together.
Yep.
I can't help but and it's a rewatch podcast. They're actually combing through each episode of Severance.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but think somebody screwed up and took too long to roll these out, because this doesn't make any sense at all for them to drop these this close together, this close to the premiere, and they're long. These podcast episodes are long, and I want to listen to the entire thing.
Yeah.
But it's like, who has time once the new season starts? Like, who's going to have time? We're going to be doing podcasts on the new season. So
or people that just found it have to like hurry up and watch each episode so they have to watch the episode and then listen to a 2-hour podcast.
Right.
Each day.
The podcast is longer than the episode itself. And it's terrific. It gives you lots of behind the scenes info, and they break down scene by scene, just like we're breaking down scene by scene of this show. And I just think somebody must have screwed up and didn't roll this out when they should have. They should have done this week by week. This is the type of thing that should be a weekly podcast, but I don't know.
Well, at least they had a little space in between so they could answer some of those questions and everything.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they also were taking questions. If you call a certain phone number, they would take, answer questions. Well, it seems like somebody botched this rollout of that podcast. Really, I don't get it. Sometime I'll find the time to listen to the entire thing, bit by bit. Sucks though, that they waited too long. Anyway, hey Jay Sleek, nice to see you over from Tony's stream. Tony had a nice stream tonight. He got his plaque, so congratulations to Tony. He got his silver plaque.
Did he dance?
No, no.
That's my big question. Did he dance?
No propeller dance for Tony. No, he said
a waffle party.
No, an waffle party. Yeah, he said, he doesn't think we're really ready for that. So
okay.
I don't think the world's ready for that. But yeah, he showed his awesome silver plaque, his play button plaque, and so well deserved. It's great to see a good guy like Tony get that recognition finally. He worked so hard for this, so I'm very happy for him. Anyway, Martin says it was a struggle at parts. Some parts I know I've missed too, but only a little bit here and there. Yeah, it's got to be a little tough to binge a show like Severance. It's very intricate. There's a lot of detail there. You could miss some things. That's the thing with. It's not a mystery box series, but it is a series that's full of mystery in other ways, and so it's tough to binge things like that. But I'm glad you're watching it. So however you can catch up so you can watch season 2, that's great. And hey, Callie, nice to see you. And oh yes, I've heard this from other people. Like I have a friend, Callie, my friend Justin, he had a hard time getting through season 1 of Severance, but then he also said the last episode made it worth it. He was glad he watched it. I loved the entire thing, start to finish, but I understand it's, everyone has different tastes, like different, you might want something that has like faster pacing. It's this is more of a slow burn kind of a thing. But yeah, but glad you made it through. And it does pick up really quick. It really does. Anyway, yeah, everyone being miserable is not my type of thing. Last episode was good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the nerdy guy Dylan, he's the MVP. The MVP of the finale. He did amazing. He held it down. Yeah, that was a ride, that finale. Welcome, Golden Child. Nice to see you. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Just Me. Welcome. And okay. Oh, hey. Haven't seen this name before. Hey there, In a Day. Nice to see you. Welcome. And Fromaholic Fletch. Hey there, Fromaholics. I hope you're doing well, Fletch. Nice to see you. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Howdy, friend. That's like a southern twang there. Hey, Zapton Kaboom, welcome. Um, uh, oh, really? I'm not the only one who has sensitive eyes after a little sleep. Yeah, I hiss at the sunlight. Oh yeah, yeah. My eyes get so sensitive to light and tear up when I'm really tired, and it's unpleasant. So, um, Fletch says, "Have you seen the new show MGM is making, Julie?" Um, if it's the one, there's one that Tony was talking about tonight that said it's similar to From. He said it's similar to From. I'm gonna check the Discord. I didn't get a chance today 'cause today was batshit crazy for me, and but I'll take a look today. Well, this whole week is batshit crazy, crazy busy, but I'll take a look. If it's that crazy one, 9 bodies in a Mexican morgue. Um, that's the title. That's that's the title of the show.
I guess it makes some pretenses.
Yeah, so it's there's a new show on MGM. Tony said it seems similar to From, people trapped in some mysterious location, and it's called 9 Bodies in a Mexican Morgue.
A mysterious location being a Mexican morgue.
I don't know. I guess the morgue is in there somewhere. Um, it's kind of weird. MGM is doing too much now. It's almost like they're overcompensating for naming their show From such an obscure, minuscule title. So they're like, okay, we got to make up for this. Let's go really big now. 9 Bodies in a Mexican morgue. Okay.
Sure, no one's done this before.
That sounds good. Yes, let's do it. Yeah, not gonna have trouble finding content on that on YouTube. I can tell you that. Just plug that in, you'll find it.
I thought you just meant that they were like trying to just throw as many like action series or anything that was like From in the next year, so people stay on their subscriptions.
Well, that would be smart if they did that. Yeah. If honestly, like they probably, if this is anything like From, I'm sure that's part of their strategy. Like, okay, we got to hook these people in, keep their subscriptions. But honestly, yeah, they're doing too much with that title. Like Tony was saying, they shouldn't have named it, maybe 9 Bodies, or I don't know, something else. Like this is too much.
What if it ends up being 6 bodies, but like on top of a mountain in the Himalayas?
Yeah,
just to be confusing with the title.
Yeah,
you're like, what?
Just to throw us off. It's quite a mouthful of word salad, that title. I don't know whose bright idea that was, but I'm gonna check it out. The teaser looks interesting. It looks like there's a small plane, one of those little commuter planes, and it crashes.
Yeah.
It crashes, and I think there's a murder mystery. Like people start getting murdered. They're stranded somewhere, and then people start getting murdered. I think that's what the premise is. So it sounds good to me. I like murder mysteries and people stranded or trapped somewhere. Something wrong with me. I'm obsessed with any show about people who are trapped anywhere. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to check it out. Let's see. Yeah, because this year looks really good. Yeah. Dieter got it too. 9 Bodies in a Mexican morgue. He was in Tony's chat too when they were talking about it. He was listening. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Yep, that's it. Long ass name for a show. MGM never makes good names for shows. I see. No, they don't. It's either too little and obscure or too much. Yeah, 100%. Earth Abides is not a very good title either, to be honest. I mean, it's okay.
It reminds me of the Dude Abides from Big Lebowski.
Yeah. Hey, Samuel. On Apple TV. Oh yeah, you mean Severance? Yeah, Severance is on Apple TV. Flowers are for Julie and my brother. Flowers are for Julie, my brother Dieter. Oh, wait, you mean oh, the flowers that they. No, I'm confused now. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. For a second, I thought I knew what you meant, but now I don't know. Fletch, Julie, and others talked about it in Tony's live. Yeah, I was on the phone with Tony and we were talking about it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Let's see. Flower. What are these flowers we're talking about? I'm lost. I'll give a chance to Severance in a year or something. Difficult to get attached. Fletch, I'm telling you, you gotta give it a chance now. Now's the time. Seriously. You won't regret it. Hey, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. Okay, Julie B and Dieter, I sent you on Instagram clips of a content creator that has been doing interviews about From. Would be nice to bring him here on a stream. Oh, okay, cool. I will check that out. I haven't looked at my DMs in a few hours, or much at all today actually. So I'll take a look. Content creator. Huh. All right. Yeah, like From, I think it's more Lost with Knives Out. Yes, that's a great way to describe it. I wouldn't really say that doesn't sound that similar to From based on the teaser. It's more like Lost mixed with Knives Out. So murder mystery, but they're stranded somewhere after a plane crash. Yeah. So I agree. Hey, Mickey B, nice to see you. I'm gonna be dropping, by the way, that the first part of my interview with Doug Hughes, I'm going to be dropping that at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And Doug said that he's actually going to have time to listen when it drops. So who knows? Maybe he might even pop in the chat. That would be cool. There's going to be a little live chat to go with it. So yeah. And then the next part I'll drop probably in a few days, and then see when we can have him on the show. Definitely going to ask him to come on the show soon, live, because he said he'd like to do it, and I would love to have him. I would be thrilled. I would be thrilled. I know everybody would like to talk to him, but in the meantime, I think you're going to enjoy this interview a lot. It's fascinating. I could listen to him talk for hours, and almost did. I mean, it was an hour and 40 minutes, so it was almost a couple of hours, and well, actually, between the conversation before and after, like, it probably was 2 hours, but it just goes by like nothing when you're talking to somebody that fascinating, and he's such a nice guy. So hopefully we can find a day to get him on really soon. Martin says, I've been trying to put everyone in my town on From, and everyone's first response in person is, what? How you spell it? I'm like, From, 4-letter word. Exactly. Terrible idea to name it From. I don't know what they were thinking.
Mean, even Origins is better. Well, they do marketing it in other countries. Origins sounds better.
Origins is much better, but I've heard that it's called Origins in certain countries, but I'm not sure which ones. But yeah. Let's see. When the first season of From came out, it was really difficult to find reviews, reactions, and stuff like that. Right. Only Teflon and Lizzie were on. Jeremy came a bit later. That's right. Just What Is From cast and Tony Teflon.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yep. Hey, Rose Jones. Nice to see you. Hey, next huge MGM Plus show, 2.
Even harder to find.
Yes. This is a weird trend lately. Shows and movies with really obscure titles. Like, there's a movie called See. There's that movie Us. Yeah. So there's Us, there's See, there's there's From. There's another one too. I can't remember.
So I'm saying there's Smile and Smile 2.
Yeah. So they need to do better with that. Hey, Dice Man 2003. Of course, I'm here to hit the like and listen to Miss Julie. Well, thank you. And yes, I forgot about that. If everybody could hit the like button, please, I would very much appreciate it. It helps a lot with the algorithm. That would help me out a lot. 9 Bodies in a Mexican Morgue on MGM. Yes, it is. Or it's going to be. Seems like Lost and From had a baby. Yes, absolutely. I remember the first day it was put on the internet, I tweeted Harold, Donna, and Julie's, can't think of real names. Oh yeah. Elizabeth Saunders and Hannah Jeremy, saying I love the show and everyone got to watch this. Wow. I I wish I had been around when From was first coming out. I discovered it so late. Yeah, almost 2 hours of interview. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's like an hour and 41 minutes, and he was very generous with his time. He was saying, "Well, you're probably gonna have to trim a lot out of this." And I watched it back, and I just said to myself, I can't take anything out of this. It's too interesting. I mean, his stories and this, his insights are just way too interesting to cut anything out at all. And I didn't do too much yapping myself. Normally I can't shut up, and I talked a lot with Simon, but Simon is a kid, and
Yeah.
so it was more of a conversation and back and forth. But I was just there to listen to Doug and chime in now and then. He's doing most of the talking, as it should be, and yeah. So I think you're gonna enjoy it. And part 1 is about 46 minutes long, so that'll be 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. And Doug should be there listening to it. I don't know if he's going to chat, but he said he's going to be there and listen at the very least. So
if you're in the chat, ask him to come by. He might will.
Yeah.
Will. I don't know anymore. It's been a long day.
Right. I've seen him comment on one of Tony's videos before, so I mean, you never know. He could pop in and say hi.
I think one time he just showed up on a What Is From cast, and he wasn't supposed to even be there. He just showed up.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. He's such a cool guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that couldn't be Jeremy who insulted Lost. Martin. Jeremy.
No, I don't think so. Jeremy was a big Lost fan.
Yeah.
I thought he was the one that was trying to get you to watch it.
He is. Yeah. Jeremy loves Lost. That's like his all-time favorite show. Well, Twilight Zone and Lost are like his favorite shows, but I don't know, maybe it was a guest who didn't like it or something. Yeah, I'm enjoying Lost. Still watching for the first time. Oh, you're so sweet, Fletch. I appreciate it. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Let's see. Thank you. Yeah, bit by bit, the channel's growing. I still see the numbers going up. It's hovering close to 1,500 subscribers now. It's almost there. So, yeah, and it doesn't really matter to me, the numbers, but because I'm just doing this because I enjoy it. But it's cool that people actually want to hear, my videos. At least they're not going to be full of mistakes anymore. I learned how to edit, so I don't have to repeat the same things over and over again when I screw up and then leave some mistakes in to the videos. I actually can edit mistakes out. So I'm learning as I go. Muncher Luncher says 2-hour interview that felt short. Yes. Maybe he used his man in yellow powers to speed up time. Seriously. Yeah. He probably did. Julie, you're almost at 2K, growing faster than others. Well, thanks, Rose. I never expected that at all, and it's all thanks to the From fandom. The From fandom is absolutely amazing. I only just started with Severance. We're going to start doing Severance lives every week. So, I mean, this is all on the strength of the amazing From fandom supporting these lives and in my videos. So, I just can't thank everybody enough. Nah, it's Martin. It's all good, a lot of people forget the actors' names. I just happen to remember them because I cover the show obsessively. That's all. Mm-hmm. Just Me says Man in Yellow and Smiley seem to really enjoy and be involved in the fan base. Yeah, maybe we could get Jamie McGuire on here sometime too.
We probably could.
I should ask. I should DM him. I've DM'd with him a couple times before, like just to say hi. Like Dieter reached out to him and got him to say hi to me once.
Yeah,
and sent a couple messages back and forth. I could try. I mean, I just hate to ask people for stuff. I've always had this issue with that because I'll be so, I don't know, I'm so uncomfortable with it, and I don't want to put them in a weird position if they don't want to do it, and I just hate to ask it for anything from anyone. It's been a problem my whole life.
Well, I mean, the least you can do is try.
Yeah. Yeah. And Fletch says, let's give our praises to Scarlet, those many lives. Indeed. Yes.
Oh, thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Fletch.
Scarlett has been here, been a trooper through all of these marathon lives as a great co-host here. I don't know where I would be without Scarlett here. I was left high and dry. Like I had a co-host for 1 week, and then she was out. She was out the door, and I wouldn't want to be here alone. And then we just happened to click. It worked out perfectly. Honestly, I'm glad that it happened the way it did. Now I think that this is a much better fit, much better. So
You dragged me onto the stage that one fateful night.
yeah, accidental co-host. That's pretty much it. Pretty much. Yeah, it worked out great, honestly. So sometimes things work out the way they're supposed to, even when it seems like something bad happens. It could wind up being for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Practice makes perfect. Yep, that's right, Martin. I'm learning bit by bit with the channel. You have to learn as you go.
Yeah.
Numbers don't matter. That's like saying size doesn't matter.
Sometimes it's the quality that counts, Dieter.
Yeah. Yeah. The squeaky wheel gets the oil. Yeah, that's true, Rose. I've always been afraid my whole life to take chances and try things and, ask people for things. And if you don't try, well, then nothing happens. So I want to do better with that. Oh, hey, Real Rebel Eric. Hey, Julie B. What did you think the workers would be beside Mark in their outer lives? Wait. I'm not sure what you mean, Eric. And welcome, by the way. Nice to see you here from Tony's chat. What did you think the workers would? You're talking about Severance, of course. I know that.
Yeah, before they turned into innies in the last episode, I think is what they mean.
Okay. Before they turned back into innies. I don't know. What do you think, Scarlett? I'm maybe my brain isn't working right because I'm so tired.
Well, I would take it that like when we watched them, and I said that I thought that Helly might be the wife of somebody important. I didn't know exactly she was going to be Egan and be a daughter of what's his name? It's not Jamie. It's Jane. What is his name? Egan. Jane Egan.
Jane. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, we still don't know who Dylan. I mean, we know Dylan has a kid, but we don't know anything else. He might have more than one kid, but you can't trust Milchick. I wouldn't trust him.
Right.
And then Mark. I mean, Mark. We kind of just knew where he was going. He's kind of like the everyman. And Irving, I didn't know he's going to be in the military, so that was new. I mean, I just guessed that he was probably a radical, like a radical artist. Which kind of explains him doing research and stuff too in it. But I didn't know he'd be in the military, or his dad would be in the military. There'd be some connection there, because that makes me think that maybe they were putting chips in military people first in the Lumen company.
It does sound like something that the military would be involved in.
Yeah.
Some kind of military operation. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to find out more. I think Irving is definitely investigating Lumen on the outside. He's doing detective work. So, and he must have been doing this for a long time, because he's got a long list of the severed employees and maps, with like some of their addresses, and so that's interesting.
You know what? It's a fun fact. My boyfriend does IT and actually works like probably adjacent to Lumen. There's a company in Michigan called Lumen, spelled the same way.
Really?
I'm watching my back.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more. I think we're going to get more of their outie lives in season 2. Maybe we'll actually see a little more of, we're going to see more of outie, like Helena, aka Helly, and see how ruthless she is. She's ice cold.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see more of Irving, and
Yeah.
and I don't know if they're going to show like Dylan. That would be interesting if they showed more of Dylan, because we've seen next to nothing. We just know he has a
Mm-hmm.
son. We've seen
Mm-hmm.
the least of Dylan's life, so I want to know more.
Yeah,
Um,
there's bound to be some scene of him as an outie with his kid, or at least his kid if he doesn't have a family. You know,
I think so too. Yeah, they need to show him
I
just
mean, what if he was just one of these guys that was like, it's cool to pay me 4 times the amount to work, and he doesn't really have any problems?
right. He might be. He might be just somebody. Like maybe he's fundamentally similar to who he is on the inside, and
Yeah.
he's just obsessed with perks and like whatever he can do to kind of enjoy himself. He's all about pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the id, if you
Yeah,
know
the id, yeah, yeah.
so very hedonistic, and I could see him being the type to want to just forget, like not have to really live his workday and just check out. Maybe that's what it's all about for him.
Mm-hmm.
So um Fletch asked Martin, how did you know about Abby? Yeah, how did you know about Abby and Abby's dream?
Are you Randall? You could say.
Yeah, are you Randall? Did you recognize Julie when she showed up?
Yeah.
You've got some explaining to do, Martin. Smiley, human form versus man in yellow slap fight. Who wins? Oh, man in yellow. Man in yellow would definitely smack down any of those monsters. It doesn't matter that he's older than them. Like that dude hauled Jim by the neck,
Yeah.
like threw him around like a rag doll.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man in yellow wins. Yeah, their actors and From is their biggest project. They want their name out there. I'll give it a shot. I'll try it.
And they're all doing interesting projects. Like the girl who plays Clara, she won an award for her show, Good Grief, in the
Oh,
UK.
oh,
I mean, I've
nice.
been meaning to watch Good Grief. I haven't watched it yet, but I want to watch it.
Okay.
But they all have really cool projects going on. They're really fascinating to talk to.
Yeah. She's on. So it's a British show. Did you say that she's on?
I think it's a Canadian show, and it has some other people from in it. But it
Oh,
won a
okay.
UK award. I think it's because it's a Commonwealth thing. Because
Okay.
Canada and the UK, they're all related. I mean, they're all kind of in the same area, and Australia too. I think it might have been a Commonwealth
Gotcha. Yep.
Awards.
Okay.
Don't quote me.
Cool. Yeah, we should see if we can reach out to some of these people. It would be cool to get somebody else on the show on the live. Rose Jones says Scarlet MVP.
Really feeling the love tonight.
Trey says Julie and Scarlet are awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Flatch, question about Teflon. I haven't watched his streams. Has he eaten the hot chip due to the alien theory yet? No, he has not.
What's the hot chip?
It's the, I don't know, some kind of extremely spicy chip that he's wagered on that he'll eat if it's not about aliens. But they've actually outlawed the hottest ones. Certain ones they're illegal now because they were actually like causing people to die.
Like Carolina Reaper?
I don't know, is that a type of chip?
No, Carolina Reaper is like one of the hottest peppers.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, but no, I hope even if he isn't right, I hope he doesn't do that. I really do. But his alien theory is still in play, by the way. It has not been debunked.
They're out of this world, right on the candy bar.
It does say it says on the candy bar. What does it say? Does it say we're out of this world, or they're out?
They're out of this world.
They're out of this world.
Cosmic chocolate.
It says cosmic candy bar. Yeah,
Cosmo. I mean, not cosmic.
Cosmo. And it has a little alien on it. So hey, and there's aliens written on the wall that Jim wrote. I'm not saying I think aliens are involved. It's not my thing, but it's definitely not debunked. So people who are saying it's debunked by Jack Bender, it was not. I watched that interview. It was not debunked. Yeah, no, he gave a non-answer. He was asked point blank if he could debunk aliens, and he gave a non-answer. You can't just ask somebody like that point blank. They can't give you a factual, like you can't trust what they say. If you ask them point blank like that. Now, if you ask them what they can debunk and then they bring something up, I'd be more likely to believe that.
Yeah.
For example, they were asked, Jeff and John, they were asked, what can you debunk? And they said, it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. I believe that. That I believe. They were asked, a general question, not can you debunk purgatory or is purgatory on the table? Like if you ask someone point blank like that, then they can't tell you if that's actually the answer, then what are they going to say? Of course they're going to say no, it's not. So yeah, it's still in play. Not my personal theory, but it is still in play. So
Henry brought up Little Green Man too.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did. Yes. Yes, Rose, and we're going to get into that. We're covering the Colony House Massacre, indeed. Yes. Okay. Rebel Eric said, I thought Helly would be in an abusive relationship or a sex slave. Oh, gosh. Or something like that. Yikes.
She'd be dancing at those waffle parties.
Yeah.
See, I think Harmony used to dance at those waffle parties.
Yes. I won't even ask what's the sausage helicopter. Yeah. I didn't know what it was either.
Related to the propeller dance, the same thing, or two totally different things?
It sounds like the same thing to me. And I did,
or a variant therein.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what that was, so yes. Yeah, Dieter, we're gonna get into it now. Martin was that body on the cellar, secret room. Your physical body. Just want to know that. Yes, everyone's interrogating Martin now. Let's all interrogate Martin in the chat here. You've got
how
a lot of
how was 1864, Martin? Was it a good year?
Yeah. How was it? Hey, Amy. Nice to see you. Hey there, David Agil. Nice to see you. They shouldn't debunk anything, really. Dream narratives play an important role in memories. I agree. I really wish they didn't debunk anything, to be honest. Anyway, let's get into the breakdown. I'm going to pull up my pictures here. Why does this interface look old? So I have a new Chromebook, and the interface looks like some kind of old version of Chrome. It doesn't look sleek. I don't know why. It just has this old look. I don't know. Maybe I'm just so sleep deprived that I'm losing my mind, but
I don't know. This could be an entertaining live.
Yeah, it just looks weird. But anyway, I'm going to share. Wait, what? Okay, sorry. I was trying to find my tab. I'm navigating a new Chromebook here. Here we go. So the episode is all good things, and they don't even need to finish the statement because this is all good things come to an end, and that's damn well happening in Colony House now. No more little utopia over there. This is the end of that.
Thanks to Kevin.
All thanks to Kevin. Goddamn porn stash.
The thing is, there's Trudy just sitting on a couch by herself. Why didn't they hook up with her? She's cute.
I don't know.
Saved a lot of death and destruction.
Yep. Seriously. But they both felt like social outcasts. There you go. Kevin and Trudy. Perfect match.
Love match, yeah.
So the episode opens with this lady carrying a sign that has Fatima's name on it in red. So that is interesting. Red is something that denotes a threat in a show, and in this episode, she's never really the same after the shock and the terror of this episode. After Colony House is attacked, Ellis almost dies. She manages to save them both, herself and him. And after this, it's never been the same. Colony House was never the same, and Fatima just got increasingly dark. So I thought it was fitting that the sign was in red with her name. Congratulations, and then Fatima in red.
She doesn't have very good luck at parties.
No.
Gallows humor. I mean, with her dad on a birthday party that she talks about when she's in the brambles, and then this. She's not gonna
Yeah,
ever want to. She's not gonna want to go to a party ever again.
seriously. Yeah. um so and it's interesting because like the Fatima sign looks completely different than the congratulations sign. It's, they wanted us to notice that.
Oh, maybe everybody gets a little like quilted thing with their name on it for their 1 year survival party.
Yeah, maybe. So they're celebrating her 1 year anniversary of getting stuck in this place. This is a weird thing to celebrate, but they look at it as celebrating survival.
Mhm.
Ellis is day drinking.
Yeah, that's what I put in my notes too. I said Alice day drinking.
Day drinking. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, walking around with his flask all day.
Yeah.
As Fatima digs out what is Julie writing, by the way? What is she there writing? She's got a pencil and I don't know what she's doing, but Fatima digs out her favorite sweater and says this is the one thing that she doesn't let Trudy get her hands on. It's Ellis's favorite too, and it's yellow, of course. It is the famous yellow sweater, which she will later give to Trudy, and and I think it really symbolizes hope. The color yellow symbolizes hope in Western cultures, like I've said many times, and yeah, it's very much symbolic of hope in this one because essentially she gives her sweater to Trudy. Trudy immediately dies, and it's kind of like Fatima's hope also dies that night. She's never the same after this. She's completely rattled.
It's kind of like that painting of the man in yellow too. It's like got the yellow with the red blood on it when Trudy's killed. I hate saying Trudy's killed. I love Trudy.
I know, right?
You know I knew she was going to, and I was like, oh no, she's cute. I mean, she's misunderstood. I mean, she might be a little amorous, but she's cute.
Right. I liked Trudy. You know what I thought was interesting? Julie's wearing the illusion shirt again, and I forgot that she wore it in this episode too. She wore it in episodes 1 and 2. I don't recall her wearing it for all, like she hasn't been wearing it in every episode, right?
No,
so like
I don't think so. No.
So she put it back on for this one, and this is an important episode. This is a monumental one.
Yeah.
So I thought that was fitting.
She had the Armani shirt on the other one because I remember there was a preview where she was yelling at her mom about her having, 3 kids, not just Thomas.
Right.
Yeah, we should do the previews sometime because the previews have interesting scenes in them. They're all put together, and I'm like, why are they picking these specifically?
Yeah, they have a certain reason for it. I'm sure they want to highlight. They want you to remember certain things, and they put this on Julie again because it's a really significant episode. And notice how they put her right in front of the camera with this in clear focus with the light shining on her, so you can clearly see.
Like even when she's sitting down with journaling or doing anything, she's sitting always in a way where you can read illusions correctly.
Yeah, they really want us to notice this. Like, look at this. Yes, because this is a huge theme of the show. Illusions. Very little is as it seems in this place. Also, I screwed up. I forgot to change. Like, originally, I thought this thing was a rabbit. Then somebody told me it was a goat. Then we decided, no, it's a rabbit on a recent live.
It might be a lamb.
And I screwed up and I called it a goat in that video that I just put out this week. Anyway, it doesn't matter that much. I think
people will know what you're talking about. They know what you're talking about.
No, but somebody caught it and pointed out like that's a rabbit though. And I know.
So go back over it and just go rabbit or where a goat is.
I wish I could fix it. It's annoying me now, but oh well.
Yeah, there's ways to fix it.
I don't think you can. Once it's posted, that's it.
Or people put cute little font things over it, like when you say go to, it'll just say rabbit in a print at the bottom of the screen, like whoops.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people do.
Yeah. I wish I could, but yeah, I think it's a rabbit. It looks like a rabbit, kind of like an Alice in Wonderland kind of theme. Illusions, that's a huge theme in Alice in Wonderland also, and then the third eye representing enlightenment, which is what Tabitha and Jade need to achieve. You know, in achieving enlightenment, as in remembering their past lives, that they were reincarnated, and so I think that's why. I think that's one reason why the third eye is there, and also just the fact that people need to be able to see through the illusions of the place in order to survive. Like the monsters themselves who are going to rampage through Colony House in this episode, they're presenting themselves as illusions in that they have a kind of glamour about them. Yeah. They don't actually look like human beings. They have this glamour, and it transforms. It's like I don't know what it is. It's like I don't know if they're shapeshifters or if it's a type of glamour thing where they can make themselves look human, but either way, it's an illusion. They're actually creatures. And so yeah, it's a fitting shirt to keep putting in our face. I love that they did that one more time. I thought that.
Hello? Okay. Can you hear me? Can people in the chat hear me? I don't know. I'm not. Can anybody hear me though? Because I'll keep talking if you can hear me. Okay, now it's just me. I remember being in this place before. Okay, let's talk about that scene. Let me imagine it in my head. Okay, Fatima's wearing a slip for some reason. I'm not really sure, but it kind of does that. In prior episodes, we had a scene where Ethan was wearing a yellow sweatshirt with that kind of light blue underneath, and then both Jade and Tabby were wearing light blue and white. So I think it kind of goes along with that motif because the slip is white and light blue. Kind of like the colors of the sky too, because she kind of has this woman cloaked with the sun kind of revelations kind of look. So she would have the yellow of the sweater with the sky and the clouds. So Ellis comes into the scene, and I don't have anything to go by other than just the blackness behind me. But he comes into the scene, he's drunk. He does several things I don't like because he's kind of a jerk. He offers Julie alcohol, and she's underage, which is kind of like, why would you do that? And then he tells both Fatima and Julie that they suck because Julie, an underage girl, will not drink alcohol. So I was like, oh, well, come on, get yourself together. And Fatima doesn't look very happy with it at all. So let me go through my notes. Let me look at my...
Can you guys hear me? What is going on?
Okay. So we deep further into the darkness.
Can you?
Let's see. Okay, so, and am I saying that, like, Ellis offering booze to Julie and then saying she sucks and she doesn't drink, and then I think Victor's the creeper because everybody thinks Victor is the creeper in the house, but I'm thinking more and more when I rewatch that Ellis and Fatima are kind of creepers. Then, because Julie won't, do under... You back?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, StreamYard is doing something really weird. I thought
I
my
was just
Chromebook.
talking about
Huh?
I was just talking about Ellis trying to get Julie to do some underage drinking. I was trying to explain the scene.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ellis was. Let me get the photos back up. Yeah. Sorry about that. I thought my Chromebook was plugged in, but it wasn't, and it died. And then StreamYard wouldn't let me back on. I don't know why.
Oh no.
Yeah. It was really
Yeah,
weird.
I got to get you a business address so you can like hook me up. So if like I can let you back in if worse comes to
Yeah.
worse.
Seriously. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. I'm trying to show my photos here. There it is. Okay. We're
I was
back.
explaining a little bit of color theory with the colors that Fatima was wearing, and then Ellis comes in and this is a jerk and asks Julie to underage drink. And when she says no, he says they both suck. I think he's a jerk.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even
um
remember that. I didn't remember that at all. I didn't remember his day drinking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. I did. He was a total mess all day. Um, Sonic, yeah, I do need to leave Boost Mobile. It's not good. Anyway, um, they got yeah. Um, now my screen is freezing a little bit. It's a little
Oh
slow.
no.
Um,
No solo
bodies hit the
dives.
floor.
Solo diving.
The man in yellow got me. Yes, the man in yellow got me. Um, no, I'm trying to oh hey Shadow Skulk. Nice to see you. Um why is this so slow? Damn it. David says Alice in Wonderland, an example of how we react when the world around us doesn't make sense. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um
Well,
let's
you have
see.
Alice. Well, in this one, you have like an Alice digging a hole and somebody going mad. So there's a Mad Hatter and Alice connection.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Um hey William Waddy. Nice to see you. Scarlet solo dives.
That's
I
what
like
I'm
that.
saying.
I like that. Yeah, I just had to do a little story walking. I'm back now, all set. Um, so
If I ever get around to doing that Westworld contrasted with Severance contrasted with Dollhouse video, maybe I'll put it up under Scarlet Solar Dives.
yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, Scarlet solo dives, absolutely. Um, yeah. So anyway, let's see. Let's get back to the episode. So yeah, Alice offers, like you said, Julie liquor underage. She
Mm-hmm.
actually smartly says no,
Yeah.
and got really inappropriate, and she just, Fatima tells Julie that this is, as much as it's a celebration of survival, it also reminds people of who
Mm-hmm.
hasn't survived, who they lost, and of course that's his mother. We didn't know this
Mm-hmm.
at the time when we were
Yeah,
first
yeah.
watching this. It's because of his
Mm-hmm.
mother,
Mm-hmm.
and Julie is already crushing on Fatima here. Like you're
Yeah.
special. You're so special. You're such a special person. Like,
She's
um,
no, everybody's special. No, only a very special person would say that.
yeah, yeah. She's like, this sounds like something a special person would say.
Now
She's
do I get
she's
it? Now
all
do I get to make out with you?
yeah. She's got a teenage crush here on Fatima for sure. Uh, but yeah, Fatima, way too responsible for that. She looks at her clearly like a little sister. Julie is just
Mm-hmm.
not getting the message. But
Yeah.
yeah, so look at the way she's eyeing Fatima. Look at the look on her face. Come on, she's thirsty for Fatima here.
I
It's
guess it's the perils of being the only teenager in town.
yeah. So it's like, well, yeah, who do you look at? But it's
Mm-hmm.
normal. Teenagers have crushes on older people all the time. I mean, who
Mm-hmm.
hasn't had a crush on a teacher when you were young? Like I've had that. It's
Yeah,
common.
all the people in County House seem pretty young. Like everybody just got older in the third season, up to the third season. Because I look
Um,
around County House and there's a lot of younger people. Some people that look really young, like they look like in their early 20s. I don't
oh
see
yeah,
as much. I don't see as much of that anymore.
I know. I don't know. They haven't done continuity with the extras they use apparently.
Or else
But
just time has done stuff to them. Like from everything's changing, all the stress makes them look older.
right, yeah. Um, and Fatima gives her this dress to wear.
Mm-hmm.
And the dress, honestly, I feel like it's a little much for an underage girl to be wearing, to be honest. I'm not to be a prude, but this dress that they put her in, it's very low cut and it's very short. I don't know. I just,
I think that's all that Fatima has. She has like slip dresses.
yeah,
She's
yeah,
wearing like a slip. I thought she was going to put a dress over that, and this is a slip.
yeah.
Why
I
not?
don't know.
Why not rock it? I guess.
Yeah, why not? I suppose. Oh, there and look, Ellis is rocking the talisman here. It's
Yep.
showing. It's right in our face.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in focus. I didn't notice this until now with the screenshot, but
Mm-hmm.
you can see it right there. It's like they wanted us to notice it.
I just like you're circling around that area with the pointer.
Yes, yeah, right here,
That's it, right here. Put your
right,
eyes
right
right
there.
here.
You can clearly see the entire talisman drawn there, and yeah, there it is.
There it is, right there.
It's interesting. Like, why did they do this? And it looks like there's other stuff drawn around it too, but it's like kind of it's almost like a little bit of ironic foreshadowing because we know they're going to have a breach. Someone is going to like they're not going to be safe. The talisman won't protect them because some idiot is going to open the window that night.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I find it so interesting that they have that drawn on his jeans, like, and there's the theory of like, well,
Isn't there a
would that
bird
make
over
someone?
there too? I'm sorry.
It
Isn't
looks
there
like
a bird?
it looks kind of like a bird. Yeah, a little bit.
Hmm.
That thing,
Yeah, that thing right there. Yeah.
whatever this thing is. Yeah, I don't know, um, but I'm pretty sure that that thing doesn't keep him safe
Mm-hmm.
because Smiley was well, actually no, they were already in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we don't know for sure. It's never actually been tested.
Yeah, it hasn't
Fatima had a
tested.
talisman with her at the end of this when she saved Ellis. So
Mm-hmm.
So now he's even trying to get Victor drunk too.
It's just funny because he's
He's
like,
trying to
"Hey,
get
Victor."
he's trying to get everybody to day drink with him.
Yeah.
Everybody. Victor too. I mean, like talk about an odd couple for drinking buddies. Ellis and Victor.
I see Victor drunk. That'd be crazy.
I think this is the only scene these two have ever been in together.
Yeah.
I've never seen them together in any other scene in the entire series ever. So yeah, Victor's carrying his little lunchbox, and Ellis offers him a drink, and Victor just says, "Can you leave me alone?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Leave me alone, day drinker.
yeah, leave me alone. And like, what was I gonna say? Um, went right out of my head. But look at the dishes. They want us to notice like the primary colors of the show:
Mm-hmm.
red, yellow, and blue. Really bright,
Yeah, yeah.
bright yellow. Um, but yeah, he's like, Vector, you've been here the longest. If anybody should be getting hammered today, it's you. Like, yeah, encourage alcoholism to cope with your problems. That's great, Ellis. Good job. Look at him. He's what he's just being such an idiot today. But and then we understand why
Yeah.
later. But yeah, he's making a
Donna.
nuisance of himself. Donna shows up and tells Victor they're out of peaches. So it's the end of an era. No more peaches for Victor. I felt so sad. Ironically, she's wearing peach while she's telling him there are no more peaches I never
But
noticed that
but
before.
my problem with the scene is that there's fresh fruit everywhere, but he wants to can peaches. He could literally just grab anything off these tables, and there's a bunch of apples on the other side.
I know. He wants his canned peaches that are in some kind of probably in some sugary syrup that's not
Oh
even good for
yeah.
you. Yeah. And I felt so sad for Victor with this scene. It's just
Yeah.
it's awful. He said in all these years, that's the only thing that stayed the same.
Only
His
constant.
peaches.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like so it's kind of like a marker of the fact that everything is changing now.
Mm-hmm.
Since the two cars came, everything
Mm-hmm.
started to change. Even his peaches ran out. Of course,
Kevin.
Kevin Kevin leaves his bouquet for his monster chick, uh monster wifey,
Yeah.
and
He could have given
and
this
they
to Trudy. I bet Trudy would have been so happy if he would have gave those flowers to her.
I know she would have
It's
been.
tragic.
And Trudy's cute too.
Yeah, it's such a tragic thing.
And of course, there's a very bright yellow pop of
Mm-hmm.
flowers right in our face here. The show loves to put these colors in our face. Um, Also, what a beautiful shot here.
Mm-hmm.
What a beautiful shot. The diner, and
Mm-hmm.
then the sun coming through, and the sunbeam is like literally right
Yeah.
over
Nice.
Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like heavenly. Tabitha's reading the Chromonocle to Ethan again, Flight of the Chromonocle, and Ethan is falling asleep.
Do you
The
want me to
stuff,
read that about the Chromonocle, or do you think it's relevant?
yeah, no, if you didn't, I was going to, so yeah,
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
You
Yeah.
can go ahead, or if you want me to do it, let me know.
Well, I have to sign in to get my notes, so if you have it handy,
Okay. I have a hand.
you
So
cut you cut out for a
Tabby's.
second, but now you're back.
I'm back. Oh, I cut probably because I just flipped to my notes.
Oh,
iPad is not, iPad only has so much iPadiness, iPad power.
okay,
So
yeah.
she reads, there was so much joy on the faces of all the new wondrous friends she made, so much magic in all the marvelous places she had been. Yet the Carbuncle had a feeling there would be more yet to come, and that her adventures in this strange new world truly had just begun.
Mm.
Because Tabby's adventures have just begun. Do you understand? You get it?
Yeah.
Get the metaphor?
I think at this point we all get it for sure. Yeah. Um, Tabby the Tabby the Chromonocle's adventures had just begun. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and her story is considerably darker than the way this thing sounds, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah. um, but while she's reading, it shows. It's funny because it's kind of a funny juxtaposition because while she's reading the line, there was so much joy on the faces of all the new wonders friends she had made. And it shows Katri sitting here waiting for Boyd with his bag full with a bloody shirt in it,
Yeah.
waiting to confess that he murdered a guy.
Mm-hmm. And
What
tell
what
him
a
about Sarah.
yeah. What a wondrous friend with joy on his face.
Yeah. Magic had just begun.
Yeah. Marvelous. What a marvelous place. But um so Jade is losing his mind drawing the symbol a million times, looking at Christopher's notebook, and Ken, yeah, he's actually drawing. He ran out of paper, so he started drawing the symbol in Kenny's book. Kenny
Is
gets
that
pissed off and takes it back.
is that the Poe book?
Is it? Oh shit! It probably is. Yeah, that book that he and Christy are reading
Mm-hmm.
this season. I bet it's the We can't see the title or anything, but
Mm-hmm.
what is it? The narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. I bet that's
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's drawing in his book. And I love the line.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you want me to write on your walls like a psychopath? And who the ironic thing is who just wrote on the walls? Jim.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote all over his own walls.
Little teacup.
Yeah. but Jade's the one who's acting like a psychopath, drawing this symbol a million freaking times. I love that. The delivery of that line was just perfect. And look at his face. He does an amazing job of playing someone who's just losing his grip on sanity, doesn't he? He just amazing. David Alpay just knocks it out of the park. The crazy eyes. He's so good. He's so good. And Kenny says that he's been basically doing that for days, I guess. And he's already kind of part of the family too. I like how Kenny was saying, my mom wants us to get dinner started. It's like he's one of the kids now. Kenny and Jade are the kids who need to get dinner ready. He's kind of been accepted as one of the family. I wish that had gone on longer because I liked that dynamic. But Katri and Boyd, Katri says that he has something to discuss with Boyd and it can't wait. It's important. So they're having a sleepover.
And I like how Boyd said, well, I guess you're going to be staying here tonight.
Yeah, guess we're having a sleepover then.
Yeah.
And Katri comes in and notices Boyd is packing to go somewhere. So they have more to talk about. Jim is drawing a very, very intricate, nicely designed radio tower here.
Yeah.
So he's got some skill for sure. Teacup with his roller coaster engineering skills.
Yeah.
And so in this scene, it's interesting. So like we don't get much fodder for the whole potential Ethan man in yellow concept in this one, but they do mention the fact that Ethan was digging in the basement with her all day. So but
dirty.
Yeah. All that dirt that he carried out. Yes. Getting real dirty. He said, I'm pretty sure you violated about a dozen child labor laws by having him dig in the basement all day.
Yeah, Jim has some good lines in this one.
He does. She said, no, he was having fun. He just wanted to help. Yeah, he wanted to get real dirty, too. Get his yellow jacket dirty, I'm sure. Hint, hint. She says she gets nervous every time she takes her eyes off of him. And then she's worried about Julie up in that house. And I feel like Jim should be more concerned than he is. He basically just says, oh, Donna's not stupid. So he's not worried. Donna will take care of her. Like they just got there. They don't know these people.
Donna take care of her.
Yeah, the sex party house.
Yeah,
like no problem for a 16-year-old girl. They witnessed it themselves. It's just bizarre, but yeah. One of the few times Tabitha is actually affectionate with Jim.
Yeah. Can I is this what can I say the Jim quote that I like?
Is it a response to what Tabitha says? Because it's really she says it matters. Well, she said that you got a signal, and he says, no, you got static with the radio thing. She says, oh, come on, don't say that. You got a signal. He says, that's a far cry from a signal. And she says, it's something. It matters. And look on the bright side. At least we've got our hole in the basement to fall back on. And Jim says,
can I say it?
Yeah.
Well, provided I can convince the sheriff to let me use all their building materials, not to mention drain every single battery they got, and get Donna to allow us to build on high ground a colony house, should be just promising enough for everyone to hate me when it fails.
Yeah.
I love that quote.
Yeah. Just promising enough for everyone to hate me when it fails. And he said, notice how he said when it fails.
Yeah.
And it does fail. It's kind of like foreshadowing the fact that the radio tower is going to fail for sure. He said when, and Donna later says when it fails too. Same wording. So, and I loved the funny line too that where she says, at least we've got our hole in the basement to fall back on, and he says, or in. And again, foreshadowing she falls in the hole herself. So yeah. Love it.
At least they mentioned this scene too that they did nail the window shut.
Yes, they did. They did. Um, so yeah, then we have more Ellis drinking at the party and stumbling around, and acting like an idiot. Donna makes her speech, and Ellis just walks out right in the middle of the speech in Fatima's honor. That's nice.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. I mean, it's like, yeah, bad things have happened to you, buddy, but your girlfriend, soon to be your wife, is having an anniversary party of sorts.
I know, right?
Please be there for her.
And the weird thing is, she's not even the least bit annoyed with him or mad at him. She never ever gets mad at him for anything. Like, I would be annoyed. I think that would be that's grounds to be ticked off. I mean, I understand that it's about his mother's death and everything, but I mean, come on, this isn't like an anniversary of something that happened related to his mother. This is a party in Fatima's honor. So
yeah, I think she's a little upset about it, though.
Yeah, she just doesn't get angry at all.
Yeah.
So Donna makes her speech, and we got a flashback to this scene in season 3, which felt like heavy foreshadowing that Fatima was going to die, but it didn't happen. Donna says, 1 year ago today, our dear sweet Fatima came into our lives. Some of you were here then, many of you arrived since, but all of you have come to know her and love her for her kindness, for her strength, for her wisdom. And then a red shirt guy says, and for her weed. And yeah, Donna says, yeah, the green thumb doesn't hurt. Definitely a plus. She says, you've made this big old drafty box feel a little bit more like home. And this is why they're gonna have a big problem in season 4, because she really matters to this place. She's like a beacon of hope and positivity. And yes, she's already been, that's been on the decline for a while. She's gotten darker and darker due to that pregnancy with the smiley pod, and also after this massacre, she was never the same. She was traumatized, but now, I mean, she's reached a point of no return. She literally was forced to kill someone involuntarily, and Donna agreed not to tell anybody because of what she said, because of what she means to this place. I don't think that they could take it. I don't think I could take it. And this speech just kind of really conveys that, what she means to the place. And the thing is, though, even if they don't tell anybody, she's not going to be that spirit of positivity anymore. I just don't think she can ever come back from this completely. Not after what she went through, the trauma of that, carrying that pod and actually killing someone and having to keep that secret is going to eat away at her. So, that's going to be a big issue. And I think that's the reason that she was targeted out of everybody. I think she was targeted because she was a symbol of hope and positivity and resilience, survival. Even after watching her father get gunned down as a child, she had this positivity. So I think it was that, plus the fact that she's Boyd's daughter-in-law.
Yeah,
she was the perfect victim to carry this thing, to be a vessel for this thing. And yeah, it's just never going to be the same again. I'm really surprised that they didn't kill her off, to be honest.
Well, the way they had it set up with these flashbacks in season 3, you think, oh my god, she's going.
Yeah.
She's a goner.
It looked so obvious, just the way that Jim's death looked obvious to me in episode 9 of season 10. I mean, season 3.
Even more so because Fatima's had 2 flashbacks, and a flashback with Julie and her looking out the window, and then this one.
Exactly. I think maybe I don't know, maybe they faked us out with that, like a red herring.
They did. I think they did.
Anyway, Donna gives her this beautiful dream catcher. And again, we have the theme of dreams coming up.
I have a beautiful dream catcher in my icon, my avatar.
Yes, I love your avatar.
It has a butterfly too. I thought Julie and the butterflies, and stuff like that.
It's beautiful. Perfect avatar for tonight. Love it. Colony House is loaded with these things too. The dream catchers, and dreams are just a constant theme in the
Just to
show.
get those nightmare creatures out. Maybe they should use those against the nightmare creatures.
Seriously. And well, what Donna says sure doesn't come true. She gives this to Fatima and says, "May it catch all the bad dreams and let only the sweet ones reach you." Yeah, right. She didn't exactly have a nice time after this. It's almost like it cursed her. Like,
She didn't even get to use it one night.
no. She says, "We are so lucky to have you." So she means a lot to this place. She really does. She hugs her. It's a sweet moment, and then it's back to the usual Donna, saying, "All right, everybody, you know the protocol: drink, smoke, have fun, keep an eye on each other."
Yeah, keep an eye on each other, which they don't do because Kevin's running around.
Yeah, they're
keep
not.
An eye on Kevin.
Yeah, you can't get drunk and high out of your mind and keep an eye on each other. You need to at least have some. If you're going to do that, they should at least have a system where they have a few people who are like. Think of it as what is the term for somebody who's like the
Oh, like a designated driver?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
a designated lookout or something?
exactly. So like, if you're gonna do this, if you're going to get high and drunk out of your mind at night when all it takes is one idiot porn stash to open a window it cause a massacre, you should have some designated sober people to be walking around making sure everyone is safe and not doing anything stupid. She's really stupid, and I mean, honestly, Donna's like, I love Donna as a character, but this is extremely irresponsible and foolish. So
yeah, I just don't know why they don't party during the day.
exactly, I've said the same thing. Why? What difference does it make, really?
Yeah, what difference does it make?
What difference does it make? None of these people have to go to work. They don't have jobs.
Well, they
So,
tend to feel.
well, yeah, they do like grow crops and whatnot. But other than that, I mean, they don't have like a day job, a 9 to 5, like strict kind of job. They could party during the day if they want to. They could like just take a day off from whatever they're working on and party during the day. But no, this is
I'll tell that to my farmer relatives so they can just party it up.
yeah.
No need to work those 12-hour days, folks.
I mean, yeah, they could take a day off and have a party.
Party it up.
So anyway, Fatima starts
So this
making out
happens.
with. I bet you know this red shirt's name too, don't you? Do you know her name?
Stacy.
I knew it.
Stacy's got it going on. That's why I wrote it. Stacy's got it going on.
I knew you would know her name. You always know the names of no matter how minor they are, you remember.
They all matter to me, Julie. Every last one of them.
Well, Stacy makes out with Fatima and Julie. Okay,
but Kevin's there watching first because he's standing there watching. When they
I was trying to get a screenshot of him watching, but it was like a split second, and then he was already moving. But
he was standing there. He was creeping.
He was watching along with Julie, and he immediately walks away like he feels left out.
And
Julie,
yeah, he could have hooked up with Stacy too.
Yeah, probably could have, but he walks away, and yeah, so he definitely he was jealous for sure, like feeling left out and wanting to hook up with somebody.
It's really interesting, this show, how they have a lot of like bisexuality going on.
Yeah,
but not in a weird way. Like there's a lot of shows that used to, especially like in the 90s, had bisexual characters that equaled evil villain.
Right, yeah.
In movies too, and that was kind of like, okay, that's cool. We got Christy here. She like was, might have been with Kenny, but was
with Marielle.
And then you got Fatima, who I guess has some kind of open relationship with Alice, even though they're together. It's okay for her to get a little freaky with girls every once in a while.
Right. Well, I'm guessing now, not anymore, now that they're married, but
I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty big bed upstairs.
It's true, they could have an
More
open
the merrier.
marriage. They could have an open marriage. Julie seems like she's into guys and girls. She has a crush on Fatima, and she's totally flirting with Elgin. And the actress even confirmed that she was trying to play it flirty in season 2.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, more bisexuality. Julie looks
Mhm.
jealous and walks away. Then we cut to Boyd and Katri. So let's see. And by the way, one other thing I wanted to add on that I almost forgot. I wonder how many people show up in like a period of time. Like Donna says, Fatima arrived a year ago. She says,
Mhm.
some of you were here then. Many of you arrived since. There are a lot of people there. So it's
Mhm.
like, how many people showed up in the last year? It seems like a lot of them did. I mean, and yet, well, I mean, they had 96 days without incident.
Yeah.
Boyd really cut down on the death rate in the 2 years that he's been there. So
Mhm.
I just wonder about that. But I just thought that was
Yeah,
interesting.
and it also says it's been 7 days without incident, so it's only been a week since
Mm,
Megan and Lauren bid it, or like I mean I guess it's not Megan and Lauren, it's Toby and Gina. Justice for Gina
yes,
and
yes,
Kenny's dad.
yes.
That
Poor
whole
Gene.
cluster of people, Nathan, the whole cluster of people since
Yes,
Nathan. So it's been a week because if you do a timeline, then you can do a timeline and say it's been a week since Nathan's death.
right,
I
right.
bet you could make one if you really thought about it.
When we started this rewatch, there are certain things I really wish I had done. I wish I had kept track of the days, like exactly kept track of the days, and I wish I had kept track of every single time the word dream or nightmare is mentioned or there's a dream catcher. So, like, I wish I had done that, but I didn't. I'm sure it would be,
I think we did that for one episode when Jade was talking about nightmares.
yeah.
That was the only one.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a really significant scene, and this is actually something I was talking to Doug Hughes about, because he's a veteran actor of theater. Doug Hughes,
Mm-hmm.
as in the Man in Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know, he's a veteran theater actor, and I was telling him how much I love, and you, like, you've pointed this out too, Scarlett, how much I love the monologues that characters have in this
Mm-hmm.
show. Like, it's very
Mm-hmm.
much like something you would see in theater.
Yeah, I can
And
see it on stage. Yeah.
with old broadcast TV, you didn't see this kind of thing. And Doug said, "Yeah, that's right. There,
Mm-hmm.
if you wanted to see character monologues, you might see it in a film now and then, but generally
Mm-hmm.
you would see that in theater, not traditional broadcast TV.
Mm-hmm.
And the caliber of TV now, the quality of it has just gone up so much. And I love the way this show does monologues. Anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
Boyd opens up the bag. He finds the bloody shirt. But first he says, Boyd has basically just related his plan about going to the woods, and he
Mm-hmm.
says, that's the plan. Find a way out of here once and for all before it all comes crashing down around us. Um, and then he says, your turn. Katri says, I buried the bag the day I arrived. Open it. Boyd pulls out the liquor, the bloody
He says
shirt.
he's holding out on him with the booze.
Yeah, he's like, you're holding out on me. Got the booze, and he says, "This yours?" I'm not talking about the shirt. I'm talking about the blood. And Katri says, "There's another item in the bag." And Boyd pulls out the candy bar, and he's like, okay, what the hell's going on here? And then we have this beautiful monologue, this really emotional monologue from Katri, and as he's saying it, the camera kind of pans in closer and closer to his face as he gets more and more emotional, and eventually with tears in his eyes. An amazing performance by this actor. So he basically, so it's kind of lengthy, but I typed the whole thing out. He says, "We've never really discussed who we used to be before we came here. There was this young boy in my congregation. He was quiet, sensitive, used to get so excited when his mother let him put $1 in the collection plate. One day after Mass, I found him lingering outside the rectory. It was unusual. He wasn't really the type of kid to stray too far from his parents. They were very strict, rigid, and I get it. Parents, they worry about their kids, and sometimes and he takes a drink. The point is, the boy was upset. He asked if he could stay a while, but I had to prepare for evening mass. I didn't want the parents to worry, so I I went to my drawer and I pulled out a candy bar. I always keep a stash for the neighborhood kids. I could see he didn't want to go, but I handed it to him and sent him on his way. Later that evening, I went by the house. It was a bit unorthodox, you know. I'm not really in the habit of making house calls, but something was nagging me, and so I walked up the driveway. The mother, she came running out, hysterical, inconsolable. She was so he keeps doing these things where he starts to say a sentence and then he like stops in the middle of the sentence because he's so overwhelmed with trying to tell this story. So he says she was, and I could smell the alcohol the moment I stepped through the door. The father was just standing there with this panicked, dumbfounded look on his face. Get up, he said. I walked over and I stepped in the room, and there he was, this sweet, innocent boy just laying there broken. His neck was bulging in a way that was, and I could see in his pocket the candy bar. He'll be fine, that's what the father said. He'll be fine. It was the way he said it. Sounded indignant. Next thing I know, I was on top of him, smashing his face as hard as I could. I couldn't stop. I just kept hitting him over and over again, even when I felt the bones in my hands start to break. I couldn't stop. I was the one who was supposed to listen. I was the one who was supposed to defend the defenseless. That sweet little boy came to me begging for help, and all I could do was give him a candy bar. A fucking candy bar. Then he throws the thing against the wall. Next thing I remember, I was standing on a bridge. Now, this is the most important part right here. He says, next thing I remember, I was standing on a bridge holding that bottle in my hand. And it was the first time in my life that I heard the voice of God. It told me to get back in the car, that there was another path for me to follow. So I did. I got back in the car and drove. And 2 hours later, I was here. Okay. Now, this is why this story right here is why I think a Fromville entity reached out to Katri and brought him there.
Perhaps the boy in white?
I think it was the boy in white. I think it was the boy in white. It could have been another Fromville entity, but I 100% believe it was a Fromville entity, and in my opinion, the boy in white, in a way to try to help the people by bringing Katri there. I do think it was the boy in white trying to help, but regardless, either way, that was not the voice of God. I mean, this is a priest, and he says this is the first time in his life he heard the voice of God. When he was just about to jump off this bridge, he hears this voice, tells him to get back in the car and drive, that there's another path. Now, I had forgotten about that part of the quote, that there was another path for me to follow. So I did. And 2 hours later, he's there. Now, that can't be a coincidence. And I don't think God would have been the one bringing him to this horrible place. I don't think so. So I think it was the boy in white speaking to him in his head. So it's really powerful scene. He knocks it out of the park. This actor, he did an amazing job. And I loved how the direction of the scene, the way, as I showed the pictures, you can see the camera going closer and closer to his face. Just amazing. And Boyd says, "Why are you telling me all this now?" And Katri just comes out with, "Because I have Sarah tied up in the basement of the church." Okay. Like, that was unexpected. He's like, "Look, I've always known that there's a reason we're here, that there's a path we're meant to follow. And I know it may seem," and Boyd takes out his gun and points it at him. And Boyd says, "You told me that Frank broke the rules, that Frank had to go in the box, and now that girl," Katri says, "that girl may be the key to unlocking all of this. She may be the way we all go home." He's also like, "You gonna shoot me?" And Boyd's like, "Yeah, I might fucking shoot you." I love that. I love pissed off Boyd. That's always my favorite Boyd. But yeah, this concept that Katri talks about, his path, this later comes up in his final lines of the show as he's dying later, talking about his path. And And yeah, he's right that there is a path that he was brought there to follow. It's just not what he thought. It's not the path God is sending him on. It's a Fromville entity that brought him there. Probably the boy in white, if you ask me. But yeah, he's right in a way. It's just not the path. The source of the path is not what he thinks. But yeah, I think this was his purpose. His purpose was to fulfill this, to make sure that Sarah gets protected and she's an asset that they can use. So that's why he was brought there. It's like a chess game, and he's a chess piece that was brought there. And yes, I know that he got there way before Sarah. And he even points out, Sarah and Nathan haven't been there long. He mentions that in this episode. But it's like he was brought there in anticipation of that. When you're playing chess, you plan moves, multiple moves ahead. You're always thinking ahead. And I think he was a chess piece that was put in place, just waiting there for Sarah to come in anticipation of the opposing side, the side that brought Sarah there, because I do believe that it's the evil side that brought Sarah there. In my opinion, the Man in Yellow. That's part of the Man in Yellow video I just released finally. I had released it like over a week ago, but I had to revise it, take it down, and put it back up. So if you haven't checked it out, I do have an updated version of the Man in Yellow theory video. It's part 1 in a series. Part 2 is going to be the boy in white. I do think the Man in Yellow brought Sarah there. I think the boy in white brought Katri there, and it's like he was playing chess. It was like he was anticipating this future chess move, and we've seen evidence that both the Man in Yellow and the boy in white can anticipate future events. And I can point to 2 examples. So the boy in white, later in the season, he meets Victor, or maybe it's the beginning of season 2. He tells Victor to wait in the cave because Tabitha is going to be coming. And she doesn't show up for like another day and a half. So
just hangs out.
Yeah. So the boy in white knew Tabitha was going to be down there ahead of time. He knew, and he told Victor. So he's able to anticipate or see future events. He's either time traveled or has some kind of ability to see the future. And Man in Yellow, he knew Tabitha was digging the hole in the basement, if we believe he's the voice on the radio, which is heavily implied. And so yeah, we're either looking at omniscience, which is just, being able to see everything, know what's going on, anticipate future events, or you can explain it with time travel. But either way, both Man in Yellow and Boy in White have demonstrated the ability to anticipate things that are going to happen before they do. So, yeah, I think that's why Katri was there, to ultimately be there to protect Sarah and make sure she's protected as an asset, brought over to the good side, so they can use her gifts.
And in the interim, offer everybody in Fromville a little bit of hope through the church.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Yes, actually, that's part of my Boy in White script for the video. I still need to record for that. I think part of the reason Katri was brought there, I think I actually mentioned it in the Man in Yellow video too, that Katri was also brought there to offer solace and comfort to people in the meantime, which he did. But anyway, I haven't checked in with the chat in a while. I didn't even know I had a comment up that whole time. Why do I do that?
Oh, you had a comment up the whole time?
I did, yeah, I did. I don't usually
I could have told you, if you don't want to do that, I'll just keep you in check until you take it off.
Yeah, you can always just interrupt me, tell me, hey.
When I get the business email to you, I'll have the sweet power and I'll just take it off myself.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Hey, Infinite Umbra, nice to see you, my friend. It's almost time to see our favorite monster wifey, Jasmine. Absolutely, yes. David says the imagery of Sarah and Ethan at the merry-go-round shows Sarah sitting at the return threshold, so she might be key. Yes, David, I have always believed that scene has to mean something. They shot it in such a way that it's striking the visual of Sarah on that merry-go-round looking into the camera, and so we're looking at her from the point of view of Ethan pushing her on this thing. She's looking directly into the camera. It's really striking shot that pops right out at you. And then you see from Sarah's point of view shot, looking at Ethan pushing the thing around in a circle. And like, there's definitely a reason for that. Now, the reason, whatever it is up for debate. I have my opinions on it, but 100% the merry-go-round represents the cycle that they're trapped in, for sure. That's an obvious thing. And I think it has something to do with the child being the one pushing that merry-go-round, I think is significant. That always struck me weird. Why is the child pushing the adult on the merry-go-round? And they shot it in a way to make us really notice that. So, and then they show the thing from the aerial view, so you really see that it's a circle going around and around. The 3 primary colors in the show, and by the way, too, those 3 primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. If you know, those are the primary colors that make the entire rainbow, all the colors of the rainbow, and which ties in with the rainbow sky chromonautical theme. But yeah, you could look at it as children are powering this cycle. The sacrifice of the children caused the cycle. And that's why a child is pushing it. It's symbolic in that scene. Or maybe Ethan becomes the man in yellow, and that's why they're showing us that. Maybe that was symbolism, and he's keeping the cycle going. I don't know. But either way, there's definitely symbolism involved in that shot. Anyway, hey, Catherine Brown ties into child sacrifice of the town. Let's see. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I'm a little bit behind. I'm quite a bit behind the chat. Sorry about that. But oh, hey there, Aunt. Nice to see you. Just want to check back in with you guys. Fletch says I've wondered if when the boy in white shows up, he's story walking like Julie. It's possible. That's an interesting thought, Fletch. It's an interesting thought. You never know. You never know. It could be. Wheel of Time. Yeah, absolutely. And there are 8 seats, indeed. There are 8 seats. Miranda painted a merry-go-round with 7 kids on it and 1 seat empty, which makes you wonder, maybe the boy in white was supposed to be the 8th Inkhui kid. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but boy in white is a gigantic mystery. Mackie Vals, hey, nice to see you. Maybe Ethan could be the boy in white somehow. He had a connection to the wheel too. I don't know. I don't know. He definitely has a connection to that thing, and he was standing there with his little it's like a shaman stick. Looks like a little wizard with that
wizard
thing.
wand, the wizard's staff.
Yes. Merry-go-round represents time. Yes, Amy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe boy in white is from the future and can story walk into the past to not see the future. Right, Dieter. See, it's one or the other. Like boy in white and man in yellow, either they are story walking or time traveling, or they can see the future, but they definitely can anticipate things before they happen. Anyway, but getting back into this here. So this, here we go. Now this is it. Now I like
this is it.
This is the big scene. This is when Porn Stash goes down in infamy for opening that damn window for Jasmine.
And he's reflected in this mirror, so that's interesting.
Right? I loved that. I didn't actually notice until I did this rewatch, and I thought, oh, how cool. When they open the scene, this is when we first see him. His reflection is in the mirror. Now, I've talked about this before. So whenever we see mirrors on this show, if we see someone looking in a mirror or their reflection in a mirror, they're either an evil entity or being manipulated by an evil entity at that point in time, or they're just suffering due to the evil entities in this place. There is always one of those reasons. So like Jasmine stares into this mirror, and obviously she's one of the creatures. Fatima looks in this same gold mirror in season 3 when she's carrying that smiley pod. Elgin looks in this same mirror when he's in the middle of helping the kimono lady, being manipulated by an evil thing. And now Pornstash, he's being manipulated by something evil. There he is in the mirror. And then you've got scenes like Boyd screaming in front of a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
That's him being tormented by the evil of this place. And
Yeah.
Donna sobbing in front of a mirror in season
Mm-hmm.
3. Again, suffering from the evil of this place. And mirrors are symbolic of deception, too. So I love the recurring theme of mirrors because deception and illusions are obviously central themes of the show. Jasmine is, she's the ultimate deceiver here. Look at how beautiful they shot this.
Yeah, that's nice.
Beautifully. Like, it's actually peculiar the way they shot this because you see him.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, you should see
what angle is that?
It's almost like he should be like standing right here for us to see him in the mirror. Like, where is he at? It's like, I don't know. It's weird how they shot it, but it's really cool. I like that. So he opens this up and she's playing mind games with him, emotional blackmail.
I like how she was just staring off into the space, into
Yeah.
the night.
Yeah.
And plus another thing, they have a bathtub right by this window. That's really weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird actually. But she's emotionally blackmailing him, saying, "I only came to say goodbye." He says, "What? Wait, I don't understand. Please talk to me." And Jasmine says, "Why won't you let me in?" He says, "You know why? I can't. Please just stay and talk to me." And she says, I can't keep coming here knowing I'll see you, but never get to feel you, knowing you're afraid of me, that you're disgusted by me. You always tell me how lonely you are in there. You have no idea how lonely it is out here. It wasn't my choice to be this way." And then she says, "Goodbye, Kevin." Now, I know that the monsters will say or do anything to get their way into a building, and they will get in your head. They will say anything to manipulate. However, I have always felt every single time I watch this scene that there is still a tiny seed of truth in what she is saying. And she's a great actress for one thing. She's not just one of the extras. I think they hired her especially for this because we never saw her again. Never saw her before or since. And I think the point was to deliver a really emotional performance. So they didn't want just an extra to do it. They made sure they hired like I'm guessing she's an actress. I don't know anything about Molly Dunsworth, but
I know her dad is like a very famous Canadian actor.
She did an amazing job with this, and she had me believing her. I mean, I know that they're master manipulators. I know that, but knowing what we know now with the revelation that these things were turned into monsters, it's true that it wasn't her choice to be this way. That part's
and it could be lonely out there. There could be a loneliness to the monsters.
I think so. I mean, I think that for the most part, they have been drained of most of their humanity, that there's very little left. But I think that somewhere inside there is a tiny vestige of humanity still in there somewhere. Just a modicum of humanity that's left. And yeah, so they might be capable of some kind of loneliness. And I mean, honestly, it would be fitting. These, now we know that these people have been these people were turned into monsters as punishment for sacrificing those children. Now, it wouldn't be much of a punishment if they didn't have to actually suffer at all or like experience any negative human emotions as a result of it. I think rather than being completely mindless creatures, I think there is some vestige of humanity that is still suffering. Even though I know it looks like they're having fun most of the time.
Yeah.
And they're playing a game. I don't think they have a choice. I think they're forced and compelled to rip people apart.
Yeah, it's kind of like a vampire. Like vampires they have a human side and then the monster comes out and they can't control it.
Right.
They just smell blood or something, and they just turn into a beast.
Exactly. Yeah. So they can't control it, and then so when they're in that attack mode, and they don't have any control at all. I don't think they have any sort of free will whatsoever. And yes, it seems like they're having a great time and smiling, laughing, like all of that. But yeah, all of that I think is involuntary, and they're being remotely controlled by another entity, probably the man in yellow, if I had to say. And
Yeah, and I mean the acting's all in the eyes too. The eyes of this actress, where they go like this to kind of just like almost evil looking.
right, it's her eyes. Her eyes just they emote so well. Like in this scene, you actually see emotion in her eyes that it's believable to me. So I know it's manipulation and everything. I do know that, but we'll get to another scene later too. That
Oh,
also
Kevin,
that.
Kevin.
Yeah, yeah. So
No,
so yeah, there he is about to open the window. By the way, what the hell is she standing on? He's upstairs.
there's a bit of a roof.
So so these things can climb really well because
Mm-hmm.
this is a huge building.
Mm-hmm. They either
Huge.
climb or float.
Yeah, I'd like to just once. I'd like to see them climb. We know Granny
Mm-hmm.
did it too.
Yeah,
I never noticed till you said it that the bathtub is right there.
yeah. It's like weird. Hey,
Yeah,
everybody, I'm taking a bath. You want to watch?
yeah. Oh, look, we've got a little
Oh my
plumber
god.
action going
Oh
on.
yeah. All right.
Just just what we want to see. The porn stash crack showing here. Plumber's porn stash crack. Um
Why do they get that guy for interviews? The guy who played Kevin.
oh yeah. I wonder what he's doing. um anyway,
Oh
so
yeah, this.
so yeah. So this right here, Ellis walks in on this conversation, and we didn't get to hear the whole thing, but Dale is saying,
Do you
now
want
the
me to say it? Do you want me to say it?
I got it here. He says, the question is, how many dimensions are there? Balsamic string theorists believe there are 26 dimensions, but superstring theorists say there's only 10. And she says, well, then is that what this place is? Another dimension? He's like, no. This is a pocket universe. So I swear to God, I could have sworn before I did the latest couple of rewatches. I would have bet money he said pocket dimension, not pocket universe, but he said
Mm-hmm.
pocket dimension. I mean pocket universe in this scene. Now I don't know what the
St-
hell the difference is, but
Stacy seems to be really enthralled because she's listening to him here, and then when he's on the stairwell later, she's also listening to him.
oh, I see. I didn't even notice until I looked at this shot that it's the same character who was making out with Fatima, and then
Yeah.
that's her later too.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So a little like pregame, make out with Fatima, then end up with Dale. Is that what she's going to be doing with her night?
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Um, so I think Dale is right. I think it is. I don't know if I would call it a pocket universe because universe is it just sounds like something too vast. Like I feel like the term pocket dimension makes more sense. A universe is something you know enormous,
Fast. Yeah.
enormous, boundless. Dimension, especially since it's called a pocket dimension, implies it's something, it's like more contained. It's like not something that gigantic. So I don't know. But regardless, that's what he thinks it is, and I think that he's right. But although I would call it a pocket dimension personally, uh, I think it's a pocket dimension that
It seems
was
like the kind of
created.
thing that it seems like the kind of thing that drunk people talk about at parties.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And he's like that annoying know-it-all guy that's like trying
Yeah.
to preach to everybody what's going on.
Stacy's getting into it though.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um, with this big bowl of apples here,
Mm-hmm.
and um, so I do think that Dale is correct. I think that somehow part of the curse was that this town, that once it was an ordinary town, I think, originally, and it was kind of turned into this pocket dimension due to the child sacrifice. Whatever being they sacrificed the children to, I think, created this sort of a pocket dimension. I don't know, how does that work? I don't really know. That's for the writers to try to explain. But to me, that's what makes the most sense in terms of them popping up here. And see, a pocket dimension is something that you could slip into almost anywhere. A portal could just open up anywhere. It would explain how people get there from all over the country. So, especially with that exposition from Henry in season 3, where he was saying, that Fromville, he was talking about it and saying it's everywhere, it's all around us, but you couldn't find it if you tried. And so it's kind of like all around. It's just on another plane of existence, a different dimension. So it is all around in a way. It's not, you can't pinpoint it in a geographical sense on like a map of this world, essentially. And Dale, Ellis comes in with Dale, and Ellis is getting pissed off, and he's like, for Christ's sake, enough. It's not a pocket universe. It's not whatever the fuck you think it is. So why don't you shut the fuck up? And Dale says, okay, have another drink, with this little smirk, of course. Being Dale. Ellis goes up, and Fatima tries, Ellis knocks the drink out of his hand. Fatima gets in the middle and gets him to back off. Dale says this completely douchey thing. Take him upstairs before he starts shooting up the place. Oh, and here, but incidentally, there's that triangle necklace that's so striking of his.
Yeah, I was looking at, everybody has a necklace. Like Donna has a necklace, and Stacey has a necklace, and they all have their own little necklaces going on in here.
And Ellis has worn a necklace that's interesting too. Yeah, so he says, take him upstairs before he starts shooting up the place. Ellis charges at him again, and Fatima and Donna intervene and take him away. Dale calls him a goddamn animal. Like mother, like son, he says. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he cements himself as a complete asshole in that moment. Goes from know-it-all to complete asshole. I think that there's probably some resentment and unfair, like, grudges toward Ellis and Boyd because of Abby. Just, guilt by association, because Abby shot a bunch of people, and probably people that they cared about. Donna and Dale cared about, which is why Colony House and Town split up to begin with, I think, for sure. So yeah.
Yeah, and you don't know how many friends Dale here lost in that.
Absolutely. Now, I wish
this is the best part. Do you get good pictures of this?
I wish it happens too fast. I wish I could have gotten a picture of Donna punching his lights out.
I wonder if Elizabeth Saunders has ever thought about wanting to do this in real life.
I know, right?
I mean, see, like, now I'm gonna punch you in the face, okay?
Because Liz and Cliff Saunders are married, or a married couple, and they've both talked about how fun it was to shoot this scene where she punches him in the face. Like, I wonder, when the writers did this, I wonder if they specifically let Donna be the one to punch him out, just to have fun with it, because they're a married couple. She says,
probably because they're close.
Oh yeah. She says, you stay the fuck out of my sight. and yeah, that was just fantastic. She knocks his lights out. He falls on the floor and everything. And
but look at all those people. Look how young all these people look behind Donna.
They do look pretty young. Yeah,
you just don't see them young like that anymore.
No.
Fromville ages you, I guess.
Yep.
Dress.
Yeah. I miss Dale. I wish they hadn't killed off Dale. He was such a funny asshole. He was as an
Yeah.
asshole, but he was hilarious. You know, what? Like, don't kill off any more of the funny people. Like, they're
Yeah, because Judy was funny too.
yeah, she was, but yeah. What a fun scene that must have been to shoot.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Donna is very protective of Alice. So I like that. You know, she's like the house mother, the den mother of the whole place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, Kevin, it's the moment of truth. And he
Uh,
opens up the window.
Kevin.
Here we go. She comes in. They close it, and she match made in heaven. Look at this.
Toss those
Oh,
flowers.
what could possibly go wrong?
And then she says, like, my beautiful, precious boy or something. Like, he's a boy and she's a parent. It's really weird.
Yeah,
My handsome boy.
she says my handsome boy. Yeah. It's weird.
That's kind of creepy.
And she says, now close the window, quick. See? Just the two of us. And he says, your hands are so warm. She says, did you think they would be cold? So that's interesting because so we know that they don't have a pulse. In season 3,
Mm-hmm.
one of the EMTs tried to take the pulse of a
Mm-hmm.
creature laying in the street, and there was no pulse at
Mm-hmm.
all. We know that they don't even have blood running through their veins. They've got nothing but dried up organs and bile. So it's odd. I guess that's just kind of their magical nature. They're able to still be warm and, functional and alive.
Bile
Despite,
runs hot.
yeah, they don't have beating hearts. We know that.
Yeah.
They have no
Mm-hmm.
pulse. So
Mm-hmm.
she's like, did you think they would be cold? Kiss me. Yeah. Oh my God.
Don't do it, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And at first it seems like
Yeah.
okay, it's really happening. It's
Mm-hmm.
just a normal kiss,
It's
and
fine.
she
Little meet
smiles.
cute. Little meet cute here. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
and he really goes for it too. I mean, it is like
Mm-hmm.
open mouth, like he doesn't waste
Yeah.
any time.
Yeah.
And she pulls up his shirt, and this is where it starts to get sinister. See, his eyes are still closed, hers are open.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She acts with the eyes. She acts really good with her eyes.
She really does. It's all in the eyes with her. So his eyes are shut, making out with her. Hers are now open, which is sinister as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing you
Just the
know,
way I like making out. I like to make out with my eyes open.
oh yeah, yeah. Look at these claws.
Yeah, I know. I noticed them on the rewatch. I didn't notice them until
I
tonight.
didn't
I was looking a little bit, and I was like, "Wow, those are some crazy claws."
I didn't see this either until I took the screenshot. But yeah, they are some pretty crazy claws. Yes. So, yeah, you can see claws up there too. So she's already starting to transform, and yeah, so it draws blood. Like, it's a little too rough. And then she rips out his tongue. Now, I didn't get a good shot of her actually like spitting the tongue out, but just imagine her ripping out his tongue.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, it probably is.
Kevin's
She
like,
gets,
Why, monster? Why would you attack me?
yeah,
He's a
how could you?
monster."
Yeah. This is one of my favorite shots of the whole series right here. This is iconic. This
Mm-hmm.
face she's making with the nasty teeth and the blood dripping, the evil eyes. Oh, I love
Mm-hmm.
it. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She does an amazing job with the eyes, like you said. Really great.
Mm-hmm.
Great job with that.
Yeah, she can make them look really soft, and then she can make them just look diabolical. That's probably
I
why they.
know.
That's why they hired her specifically.
She's a beautiful actress, and yet she's also able to look creepy as hell too. So Yeah, they did a great job.
Has anybody in the chat seen Hobo with a Shotgun?
I've never even heard of that.
That's what she's known for.
Yeah. Yeah.
We should
Devious.
watch that. We should watch that and watch party sometime. I know you have like 100 films, so it'd be pretty funny.
Yeah. Seriously. What's it called? Hobo with a
Hobo with
shotgun?
a shotgun.
Okay. What's it about again?
I'm assuming a hobo with a shotgun.
But yeah, but like, what's the point of it? What's the premise of this thing? Like, what genre is it?
Horror.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's flat out cheesy horror. I'm pretty sure it's from the same company that made Rubber, which I was talking to you before about a rubber tire that gains sentience and then goes and kills people by rolling over them.
Okay. Okay.
So the trailer is literally a rubber tire bouncing over a hillside. It's that quality. It's probably that quality, but probably a good watch, a good cheesy watch.
It's called Rubber.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
she's not in that one. She's in Hobo with Shotgun, but I do believe it's the same company.
Okay. Hobo with a shotgun. You don't hear that word hobo much anymore. Kind of a thing of the past. Current Drive says Jasmine is playing with Kevin, savoring her kill. Oh yeah, absolutely. Umbra noticed the claws immediately. I didn't. I didn't catch it. Girl needs a mani-pedi. Yes, Amy. Seriously. She's looking at him like a snack and in the worst way, right? Umbra? Absolutely. Fletch said it's funny she didn't transform immediately once he opens the window. Yeah, that's the thing. It's almost like I've thought about this. Based on her performance and the way she part of her seemed to actually want, like, maybe some little vestige of humanity inside of her really did want to be close to someone like that, and so for a moment she was able to actually, be present. Like when she first kissed him, it looked like a normal kiss, and then they pulled back and she smiled at him and then kissed him again. And it's like she was allowed like a momentary, like just a few moments of humanity before she was compelled to transform,
Or she got a little rubbed up, like a little bit too much rubbed up, like a vampire.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, I can control it. I can control it. I can control it. I can't control it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I've always gotten that vibe. Yeah. Dale was a solid character as a rock, but yes.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Catherine Brown said, been reading Anne Rice. She has vampire supernatural creatures, and turns out they're all aliens from an alien world that's fueled by suffering. So after that, maybe it still is aliens. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how that Prince Lestat in Atlantis or whatever the book that is.
What is it?
One of the last books. I think it was like Prince Lestat in Atlantis or something like that. I'm not 100%. Somebody in the chat will know.
Okay.
That's probably the book she was reading.
Okay. Martin says it's a pocket dimension because the faraway trees are the key, and if one of them is dragged onto the road, then the road becomes a portal. I think that's an interesting concept. I think it's possible that the faraway trees could, the fallen trees could be faraway trees. I like that. Fletch says, do we think the pocket dimension was created supernaturally, or is it like an experiment or simulation? I think it was created supernaturally. I think that, yes, it's possible it could be a simulation, but after they've built this much lore into the show at this point, to actually craft a story so intricate about Tabitha and Jade being reincarnated, coming back over and over again, the monsters being turned into this state because they sacrificed these children for immortality. I mean, if they build up all of that lore, and that's magic, turning people into monsters, that transform like this.
Mhm.
That's a magical, mystical thing. And if they kind of do a U-turn and say, "Oh, April Fools, never mind, it's all a simulation. We built up all this lore for nothing." I think it would be a cop out and a waste at this point, don't you think?
Be interested if they try to explain it by science, like
Yeah.
the LSD water or something is making them see these. They're not monsters, but people are seeing them as monsters because they're drinking the water.
Mm. Right, right. I just think whatever the answer is in the end, it's gotta incorporate what we've just learned. If they change that, then
Yeah.
yeah, this whole reincarnation thing and the way the monsters were created, it would just be a complete cop out and a waste of our time to build all that up and then just say, "Oh, never mind, it's just a simulation or an experiment." Now, if they didn't tell us all this stuff, then I would still say, yeah, if this is still all up in the air and there's no explanation for all of this, I would still say a simulation is not unlikely. But now, if they pulled that now, it would completely ruin the show, I think, at this point. Until season 3, I could have accepted a simulation, to be honest. I wouldn't have preferred it, but I would have been like, okay, it won't ruin it for me. But now, no, you don't give giant answers like we just got and then say, oh, no, faked you out. No, never mind. I don't think so. Anyway, um, hey, MoFi, you could trap a monster with the talismans. I think so too. Yep, I think so too. Um,
Yeah, I thought we were going to see that in season 3, and we did not.
um, oh, yeah, no, we got faked out. We just got a little fan
Mhm.
theory shout out, and that was it. Really
Yep.
from Tony Teflon, because he's been talking about that since season 1. So I think they did a little shout out to
Mhm.
him and with the little green man reference too.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, Fletch, I think it's supernatural too. Yes, indeed. Hey, Angela Rocks. I wonder if Stash was afraid of women. Yeah, he might have been. I used to be scared of men when I was like in my teens or early 20s. I was terrified. So it's possible he was just super shy.
Or he might have
Hey,
been
Dean.
terrified of Trudy because she's pretty, like, sexually aggressive.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. She's extremely. Hey, Dean Gray. Nice to see you. Um, Dean found our Severance stream just through the algorithm, which is super cool.
Mm.
Hey, K Brew. Water from the Brundles. That would be interesting, like if it was built on native graveyards years ago. Hmm. Yeah. Or water from the lake of maybe there's a lake of tears out in the
Mhm.
woods. Um, it would be interesting if that's what made everyone turn into the monsters. So that's what gave them the immortality, like the spring water in Tuck
Mhm.
Everlasting, maybe.
Mhm.
That could be. Anyway, getting back to things. I asked Doug about the whole Tuck Everlasting thing, what he thought of that too, and he
Mhm.
found it interesting too.
Mhm.
Um, but he doesn't think like he doesn't really think that they're going to heavily draw inspiration from something like from another text. Like
Mhm. Yeah.
possible that there could be influences,
Mhm.
but like for example, Doug read The King in Yellow. He told me that he read The King in Yellow after season 3 to see if there were
Mhm.
any connections.
Yeah.
And sorry if anybody loves The King in Yellow theory, but they didn't tell me this in the interview. He told
Mhm.
me this off. Maybe he didn't want to offend people who like The King in Yellow theory, but
Mhm.
he told me this off the air, but he doesn't see any connection whatsoever at
Mhm.
all. He said it's basically in the end you find out like this guy dreamed this all up in his head and he's just
Mhm.
insane and dies in prison or something. um like all of it
Seems like the kind of thing that would inspire H.P. Lovecraft to write what he writes.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the first two stories, they're interesting, but it's like one's almost about like unaliving machine that's built by this guy, and then another guy has this thing that he's doing in a lab with resurrecting people, and it doesn't really seem to be about the King in Yellow at all. At least the first two stories.
Yeah, Doug said that, that the two of them don't even have anything to do with the King in Yellow.
Yeah.
I know, Fletch, a lot of people are still pushing that.
I think people they want it to happen. I mean, maybe there's still some people like me that really wanted it to happen in True Detective, but it just didn't.
Oh yeah, so it's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I think personally.
Mm-hmm.
I love that he's kind of investigating just like the rest of us, because he's a fan of the show too.
Mm-hmm.
So he read it specifically to see if there were any connections that he can find. But
yeah,
anyway.
which I think that Tuck Everlasting might be a book that the showrunners actually read when they were kids, because it came out in the 70s.
Oh yeah,
Have exposure to it.
yeah, I definitely think so. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a little bit of an influence, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But so in this scene, it's really comical. Jade is laying on the bed, just kind of spacing out, taking
Shirt
a break.
unbuttoned. He never buttons his shirt.
No, he never does. Thank you, wardrobe people. I'm not complaining.
Mm-hmm.
And I love this. This is like he's acting like a moody teenager.
Yeah.
Kenny says that dinner is ready, and he needs to come down for dinner, and he says, "No, fuck off, leave me alone." And he literally rolls over and puts a pillow over his head like a kid, like a bratty kid. And then she's like his mom coming in and yelling at him in Cantonese. It's hilarious. This dynamic is so great. I wish they would have kept this going longer. And he moved out by season 2. I just loved it. But she's yelling at him, and then he's like, all right, fine. And then he says something. Mm-hmm. So you told me that when he says something in Cantonese, it's a swear.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
it said in my captions. It said in my captions, swearing in Cantonese.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So I don't know Cantonese, but apparently he was like, getting upset about it, but going to dinner anyway. See, I just think it's funny that he's picking up Cantonese.
It is hilarious that, well, he is a genius after all, and so after a very short time living there, he's already picking up a little Cantonese, of course. Mm-hmm. He always says he's the smartest person he knows out of everybody, so this is why I really should watch with the captions on like you do, because I didn't do that. But I like to take pictures that will look good and that I can use in videos, and if I use ones with captions, it doesn't really look visually pleasing.
Well, plus the DVDs I have and streaming give me different captions as well.
They give you what?
They might give me slightly different captions.
Oh,
and maybe more insight.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Trudy. Poor Trudy.
Oh, I was just gonna say too, Jade. I mean, I feel like his connections with the people that he's starting to form around him are helping to keep him grounded, so he doesn't completely go off the deep end.
I like that he has light around him. Like he's like, oh, Laura.
He does have light, like kind of like a halo around his head. But he starts to develop a right, yeah, because he's one of the Chromonockles. But yeah, he develops a close relationship with Tian Shen, and he and Kenny kind of, for a little while, they're like brothers, kind of like bickering brothers. And I think that helps keep him grounded. The fact that he does actually start to care about people, and he's not completely isolated and going off the deep end. Maybe Christopher was more isolated and didn't have that. So yeah. So back to your Trudy.
You should have her on.
Yeah,
the actress that plays Trudy.
I gotta get on this. I have to start like getting up the nerve to try to DM maybe some of these more minor characters, they might actually say yes and come on and talk. I should like find them on Instagram. I'm on Instagram now, so I have nothing on my Instagram though because I don't know what the hell to put on an Instagram that's for my channel. It's for my channel, so I have no idea what to put on there.
Watch my channel, everyone.
Yeah, like, I literally just made it so I could interact with actors on there. That's all. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Trudy's sitting alone, and Fatima asks why. She says, "You don't have to. I know you don't like me." Fatima denies it. No. Trudy says it's such a nice party. Fatima says, "You'll get one too," and she says, "No, I don't think I will." And
Horrible foreshadowing.
Yeah, that she's gonna die. Indeed,
she doesn't know she's doomed.
Yeah, she just thinks she won't get one because she's unpopular, but she's foreshadowing her own demise here. She's not gonna make it to that 1 year anniversary. And then Trudy, Fatima takes off her sweater, gives it to her, and says, "I'm not gonna lie, you drive me crazy sometimes, but we're in this together. You're not alone." Trudy gives it to her. So this is how Fatima is, she's so kind and generous to everyone. This is why she means so much to everyone. But and she's so positive. And then she says, "Think of it as an early gift for your anniversary," which I don't know, maybe she kind of jinxed her by assuming she's gonna have one. No sooner does she do this than Trudy loses her life. But Trudy says, "I'm going to find something to give you too." She's so sweet. It's a shame. I liked her.
I guess this is where yellow goes from a hope to a danger color.
Right. I really feel like it's symbolic of Fatima kind of giving away her hope, like losing her hope. Her hope dies with Trudy that night. Because if you think about it, she's never the same after this point. She's so traumatized, and then she gets the smiley pod impregnated in her.
I like how you say smiley pod.
Well, it is.
The smiley pod.
The smiley pod.
1999. Buy yours now.
Yeah. So.
Ooh, the smiley pod playset, MGM. Are you listening?
Yeah, get in on these marketing opportunities, So, yeah, it's like she symbolically, like her hope was killed along with Trudy in that sweater that night. So then she's
that generally upset me the first time I watched it because I didn't want Trudy to die. It was one character I really cared about that was like a red shirt.
Yeah, I found her entertaining.
I was like, no,
it's a shame. This is the extremely awkward, cringy moment. Oh God, I got such secondhand embarrassment from this,
So Fatima, you make out with everybody at the party, right? Could you make out with me also?
Yeah, she's like, I thought you were Ellis and Ellis were together, and Fatima says Ellis is my person. What did she say? Ellis is my person, and that was just she was just fooling around.
We got a little openness in a relationship. A little bit of something. He gets day drunk. I go get a little something from somebody else.
Yeah.
No big.
And Julie asks if she could kiss her too. Oh God. Bogdan was like, You're a grown woman and Julie is an underage girl. Jesus. What is she supposed to say?
God, I almost feel like Ellis would have been like, "Oh, she's underage, but go ahead. I'm day drunk."
Right, and Julie's like, "Oh, I was just kidding," and she runs away. Oh.
Bye now.
Awful, just awful.
Yeah.
So here we have another Boyd and Katri scene. Boyd says, "So this girl tells you she's hearing voices, and you just." Katri's like, "Okay, I was skeptical like you, and then she showed me this really shitty drawing."
What the hell is this?
really shitty drawing of, I guess, an alien in a flying saucer. And yeah. Boyd says, Katri says, look at that. That's the logo. And then Boyd says, I know what it is. So I don't know. I guess it's a legitimate chocolate bar brand in the world of the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's not real in our world, but
again, MGM Cosmo Bar, please.
yeah.
So easy to manufacture.
Right. Katri says that was 3 years ago. Sarah and Nathan have been here, what, 4 or 5 months? And so she's talking about when he buried this. When he got there, he buried it 3 years ago. Sarah and Nathan have only been there 4 or 5 months. So how could she have known? And Boyd thinks, okay, well, someone must have told her. Katri insists, I never told a soul. There was no possible way she could have known. Something was watching me that day. The same thing that told Sarah. And he doesn't finish the sentence, but in other words, to kill those, Ethan and leave the door to the clinic open and stuff. And Boyd says, and you think this thing is trying to help us by killing an old man and a child? He's forgetting Gina, of course, but Gina
I'll never forget you, Gina. Gina, if you're here, if the actress is playing Gina ever hears this, great performance. Justice for you.
So, yeah. I like how he says something was watching me instead of someone. He says something was watching me. The same thing that told Sarah to do this stuff. So, and I think the something that was watching, it was probably the man in yellow. The only thing that trips me up is that Sarah hears multiple voices.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not, because, okay, let's say Ethan becomes the man in yellow, just for the sake of argument.
Mm-hmm.
If Ethan becomes the man in yellow in the future, then it's possible that there's an entity that was trying to help, that was watching and knew what Katri buried, told Sarah, kill the boy, put that message on her arm so that she could prevent him from turning into the man in yellow. It's possible. I know it's a controversial theory, but I mean, yeah. So I don't know. It depends on your point of view, but yeah, she has multiple voices talking to her. That much is clear, and I don't know what that would be. The voices.
I almost feel like she has different levels of voices. Like she has one level that's like the voices of the dead, and then the other level that's like middle management that's above the monsters.
Right, because I definitely think there's something evil talking to her too. We know that.
She's like a conduit for all sorts of action.
Right. I mean, there's definitely something evil. She's got the Abby voice that talks to her that seems like it might be legit. Maybe actually Abby's spirit speaking to her, to give that message to Boyd about Mr. Fish and Loaves. And then at the end of season 2, Sarah hears some voice that's saying that, well, she says it's laughing at you for bringing it to town, to Boyd. So there's some entity laughing at Boyd for bringing the cicada entity to town through the worms. That's what that means. And what is the it? In that case, I think it's probably if I had to guess, I'd say the man in yellow was speaking to her in her head, and he is this it that was laughing. And then she had voices in her head that were laughing, saying that they're not going to get to Fatima in time when she was kidnapped and missing. So, like, are those the same voices that are talking to her in this season? It's so confusing. I don't know. Like, the voices that were laughing about Fatima, like, clearly they're nefarious. So, like, evil spirits, multiple evil spirits, that part confuses me. Because I don't know. I just think of it as there's just probably one evil entity and one entity that's trying to help. And then maybe some voices of the dead speaking.
Yeah, like Abby.
But then what are the evil voices that were laughing that they're not going to get to Fatima in time?
I don't know.
It's confusing.
Underlings?
Yeah, maybe.
A chorus of underlings.
Hopefully they have a plan for to explain all of
The
this at some point.
interns.
Yeah. Anyway, Katri said whatever it is, it's a part of the fabric of this place. Or whatever connection Sarah has makes her valuable in ways we may not even understand yet. If you want to put her in the box, that's fine. I'm not going to stop you. But if you're serious about finding answers, the fact that you're going on this journey at the same time this connection is revealed, that's not just a coincidence. That's providence. I like that quote.
You know another thing is that he just left Sarah in the basement, right, tied up.
Yeah, I guess he did. Bro, that sucks.
Hopefully the monsters don't get you, sweets. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Just leave her alone and tied up
Hope
in
you
the
don't have to
basement.
go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah, right? So yeah, it's interesting the way he describes it. Whatever it is, it's a part of the fabric of this place. So this it that's talking to Sarah, he refers to it as something singular rather than plural.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so it does seem too uncanny that Boyd is suddenly planning on going on this trip right at the same time this connection is revealed. They find out about Sarah and her voices. Yeah, it does seem kind of like meant like it was orchestrated this way in some fashion. I don't know, but I think he's right. He's just wrong about who's orchestrating it. It's not God that's doing it. It's got to be, the boy in white, man in yellow, whatever or other forces are in Fromville. That's what's orchestrating this, not God. So he's partly right. And Boyd just takes a giant swig of alcohol after hearing all that. Can't really blame him. And Boyd's saying, "What are you suggesting?" And Katri says he wants to go with him. Sarah and I, we use this connection to our advantage. I love this too. Boyd says, "So a priest, a sheriff, and a murdering psycho walk into a bar." Like that for an opening line to a joke. Very fitting. Katri's like, yeah, something like that. So we cut to Tabitha and Jim, and now tell me how in the hell this is so unrealistic, okay? How could she have possibly dug a hole like this with a simple shovel, just a woman by herself? I'm sorry, but that's insane. Like, look how hard that stuff looks. Like this area that doesn't exactly look like soft ground to dig through. And
she just has the will. Ethan helped her.
Yeah, Ethan helped her. Anyway, Jim says you go any deeper, we're gonna need a taller ladder. Like
Need a bigger boat.
She's going deep down that rabbit hole. And she's like, we'll go as deep as we have to. I mean, she is obsessed with digging this damn hole. And it's ever since she found that bracelet. She's now the chromonacle on her journey. Finding the bracelet was like finding a map, kind of sending her on her way on her journey. And that's when she became obsessed with this. All of a sudden, she's got to dig this hole. It's like symbolic of her kind of digging up her roots, digging into her past. And yeah, it's like going down the rabbit hole too, finding like the key to her journey toward enlightenment, remembering her origins. It's starting with digging this hole, which is really fitting. The whole symbolism of it. It's
the whole symbolism of it. Ha ha ha.
No pun intended. No pun intended. Yeah. She says that she's fine, and Jim's like, well, yeah, I wouldn't use that to describe any of us now. He starts massaging her shoulders, and She's actually not pushing him away for once. But she still won't take a break. He's like, why don't you just take a break? I'll take over here. And she said, but you're stuck on your antenna, which it is pretty true. He will not give up that radio stuff for this whole season and season 2. He's like obsessed with the damn radio. And she's obsessed with digging the hole. Anyway, so I can't show his body too much. She didn't actually rip open his body to the extent that a lot of the monsters do, though.
And
I don't think.
Ah.
I just checked really quick. His rib cage was not vacated like the others usually are, but she's
just a neater monster. She's washing her hands here.
She washes her hands. I think this is definitely, we talked about this on a live before, that it's very much like Lady Macbeth. She's looking in the mirror at what she's become, and she has this look on her face, like this look in her eyes of despair. Her eyes speak volumes. I swear there is still a little bit of humanity in there. Like, look at what I've become. She's literally looking at herself in a mirror, and she tries to wash the blood off of her collar, but it doesn't come off, just like Lady Macbeth.
Out damn spot.
Exactly. Exactly. And you know what I find fascinating about this too? Even as she's trying to wipe the blood off her collar, she doesn't once look down at it. She doesn't break her own gaze into her own eyes in the mirror. She just stares into her own eyes this entire time, and it's just like, look at myself. Look what I've become. Look what's become of me. I'm this thing now. And it's like there's a melancholy about it. So I like that. I think it gives us a bit of insight into what these monsters really are. Like, yes, they're not human anymore, but there is still a tiny bit of humanity in there, and it makes sense because they're being punished for sacrificing the children. So I mean, yeah, now they have to suffer. So, yeah, what an iconic shot. Just absolutely beautiful shot. Beautiful acting by Molly Dunsworth. It's too bad they couldn't keep her around, because this is just so good. And again, this exact shot was mirrored. It's a mirror shot that was mirrored in season 3, because Fatima's literally flipped around. So Fatima's like, right here you have Jasmine on the right side of the screen, the mirror's right there, and she, to the left. It's flipped around in season 3. Fatima's on the left, the mirror is on the right side, and she's looking at herself. I mean, it just doesn't get better than that. The mirrored shot is mirrored. Like, whoever is directing this, it's just absolutely genius. The directors on this show, Jack Bender and everyone else who directs, so good. And she then opens the window. So she may feel like, she doesn't want to do this and has no control over it, but it's not going to stop her. Even if she doesn't want to, she has no choice. She moves over to the window and opens it in a very robotic manner. If you notice, they all move in a robotic way. Everything they do, it's like when they let the animals loose in season 3, they moved like robots. Very stiff. Very stiff.
But when she came through the window and Kevin helped her, she wasn't doing that.
Right. That's the crazy thing. When she came through the window, that's one of the only times we've seen a monster actually move more like a human being. For that very brief few minutes, it's like that little bit of humanity in her took over and was still there. And then now she's transformed. She was forced to kill him, compelled to kill him, and now she's fully in creature mode, even though she's got her human face on again. And now she moves robotically, and I didn't get a shot of it, but she moves and opens the window. It's like very stiff movements. It's as if some external force is animating their arms and legs, and the way that they let the animals out of the barn and they open the gate. It was just like The Walking Dead. you know,
Mm-hmm.
a lot like zombies.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, you see the monsters advancing. There's Milkman,
Yeah.
very ominous. There's the bride monster, and I see Swing Coat Lady too.
Mm-hmm.
She's there. I think maybe one of the reasons they picked Milkman is he's so striking. You can pick him out even from a distance.
Yeah,
You
because he's wearing white. Yeah.
spot him from a
The
mile
purity
away.
of white. That's the
Yes,
darkness.
it's so eerie too. I love it. I love it. The music, the music as they're advancing slowly, so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that little turn it does too when it goes out the window and it kind of turns a little bit to the left. I like that camera shot.
Oh yeah, they did a
That's
great
nice.
job.
Sweet, yeah.
They did a great job with this. Um, hey, Decipher, nice to see you. Um, let's see. Dieter says, so the more Jade and Tabitha find out, the more people will die. Possibly, knowledge comes with a cost, like Fletch said. No, so it's possible. But yeah, let's see. Catherine said, it's not my theory, but all the lore, we never mention anything like Roanoke or like Roanoke Lost Colony. I love the whole Roanoke story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some people have. I've heard it off and on.
I've heard it too.
Yeah, not a huge theory, but I
Mm-hmm.
have heard of people thinking might be familiar to that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
But then I think the Roanoke people, I think they just integrated with Native Americans, and that was that. But that's that's just me.
Wait, what? What integrated with what?
The Native American community.
Oh.
They didn't completely just mysteriously disappear. They wanted to survive, so they just integrated themselves with the Native American community, and that was that.
Oh. I didn't know that. Okay.
No, I mean that's my theory.
Oh,
No
it's your
one
theory.
knows. No one
Nobody knows
knows,
that.
but
Interesting.
it's an
Yeah,
idea. It's an idea that other people have had. It's
I
not
could
my
see it.
singular idea.
I could see it. Yeah. Um. Oh, I didn't see this. Sorry, Grow and Thrive. Julie, what is your take on Ellis's behavior? I think he is really triggered by, this celebration of survival, knowing that his mom, thinking about his mom didn't how tragically his mom's lost her life.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't condone how he's acting,
Mm-hmm.
but I understand it. It's his mother died in a horrific way.
You don't think he could have sucked it up for one night
Yeah,
for his girlfriend, soon to be wife,
yeah, you would
just to
think.
have her day and not make it about him, just to have her shine.
You think he could have, right?
Yeah,
Martin, I would love to know what Kenny's dad said in Cantonese in episode 1,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
because I am convinced that he was hearing those voices that speak to Sarah, because he looked
Mm-hmm.
from side to side. His mood completely changed. He was completely calm and happy. And then all of a sudden, he looked from side to side and spoke in Cantonese like he was talking to voices on either side of him. He
Mm-hmm.
got agitated. He flipped, knocked over the chess pieces and was saying, I want my son. I think the voices were talking to him, and
Mm-hmm.
he was speaking to them in Cantonese because
Mm-hmm.
the voices probably spoke to him in Cantonese.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did have a little blurb about him hearing his brothers too.
He thought he heard his brother speaking Cantonese, so
Mm-hmm.
he's wandering out of the house. Gee, I wonder
Mm-hmm.
who was talking to him.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the dementia in this case. So
Yeah, yeah.
somebody's got to. There has to be someone out there who could translate what his dad was saying in episode
Mm-hmm.
1. No.
Yeah.
Um.
There's at least one fan from that speaks Cantonese.
Yeah.
At least one.
David's get Jade and Doug first. What do you mean on this live? Um. Well, Doug wants to come for sure. David Alpay would be a dream, but he doesn't really do that kind of stuff. He doesn't pop up on most live streams or videos or anything like that. One of the core cast members, but oh man, imagine.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't even know if he has much social media presence, right?
no, he really doesn't. He told me in his cameo to me that he avoids most social media because of all the
Hmm.
negativity, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, understood that. Yeah.
all of that crap. So yeah, but anyway, let's see. Ellis fears to be alone. Yes, definitely. Um, yeah, somebody's got to have translated that, Fletch. I would think somebody must. We got to find out what the hell he said. That would be really fascinating to. It would give us some insight, I think, um, to what the spirit, what these voices could have been saying to him. But anyway, we have the next scene is Victor and Julie. Victor is up there getting his stuff together because he anticipates something's going to happen, and Julie asks to come in, and he's like, I'd rather you didn't. And this is the first time he's not really that friendly to her at first, but, you know, he's usually oddly friendly and talkative with her, which makes me
Hmm.
think that she story walked and met him in the past. So he, on some
Hmm.
level, trusts her, but he lets her in. She's like, it's the only place in the house where I can be alone, sort of.
That's funny.
Like, alone, like he doesn't count as a person.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
Julie's making whole lots of friends in this one.
yeah. Um, now what I find is funny about this, she was so creeped out by him up to this point.
Hmm.
And now she runs right to him all
Yeah.
alone in his room with this guy that she thought was a total creep drawing at her while she was sleeping and stuff. And now she's running to him. Wearing a skimpy little dress too. Like, I just found that funny. Like, now you're comfortable being alone with him, but I guess the embarrassment took over any kind of awkwardness with him or creepy feelings. The embarrassment about Fatima anyway. So she shows up and um she says, "Are you going somewhere? It looks like you're packing." He said, "No, well, it's hard to explain." Now finally someone's asking Victor questions. So good for you, Julie. Like, she says, she's asking if he's going somewhere. She says, "Why did you dig those graves?" Like, more people need to be asking Victor questions. You know, of
Hmm.
course, his standard answer, though, as he says here, is, "I don't want to talk about that," which is a classic trauma response.
So maybe
And
other people have asked and failed.
yeah, probably, because he just shuts down. It's a trauma response, and she sees a pile of license plates. Actually, asks if these are from all the cars that have come to town. He says yes. So why is he collecting their license plates? That's so odd.
Well,
Um,
he does have memories attached to them, so maybe he remembers the stories of the when the cars came and stuff from the license plate.
yeah, he collects a lot of people's stuff actually. That
Hmm.
people that have come and passed away. Is like, he's got a bunch of their stuff.
He's
And,
almost another
huh?
lonely dragon.
Yeah,
He's almost another lonely dragon.
yeah. Maybe there's more than one. Uh, so so Julie. So again, no, this is a really good question. Again, finally, someone is being smart and asking Victor. She says, on my first night down in the pantry, you said that two cars haven't come to town on the same day for a really long time and that it was special. Why? You've been here the longest out of everyone. Do you know what this place is? Hallelujah. Finally, somebody asks him. I mean, yeah, she doesn't get an answer, but at least someone's being smart. He's been there the longest. Now, do you know what this place is? Like, what did you mean when you said the two cars coming was special? He doesn't even know though about that. That's the thing. He doesn't know, but he senses that it's special. And now we know why. I mean, I know it's not like a definite confirmation, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that every time two vehicles come, it's Tabitha and Jade's various incarnations coming back and colliding. So that's why it's special, because it's them coming back again and again, and it starts a new cycle every time. Another opportunity for them to complete their mission, and it's that concept of the karmic cycle, which fits in with reincarnation. They need to complete some kind of mission in order for this to stop, and otherwise they're going to keep coming back again and again. So I think it's always them in the two cars. Miranda and Christopher were in two vehicles, I believe, and Victor just doesn't remember. So he talks about it as if in the third person, like when, two cars came, he was in one of them. I'm sure of it. He just doesn't remember. My notes just disappeared. Okay. So then, when she asks all that stuff of him, he just has an ominous look on his face, and then the scene cuts. So we don't even get to see if he says anything in response to that, unfortunately. But at least someone asks the question. Yeah, it's that look. That look, and then the scene cuts. And cuts to Jade, which is this is a huge scene right here, in terms of, what he finds here. He goes through this journal and he finds that there are 2 pages stuck together. Oh, incidentally, here we have another shiny as hell table, like showing his reflection in it. It's like that shiny table Tabitha was sitting at. And I just feel like they're showing reflections on purpose. It's like it's like connecting with a past self. He's sitting there. Oh my god, this just hit me right now as we're talking. You remember when Tabitha, in one of these episodes we just covered, maybe last week, Tabitha found the bracelet and he found the notebook in the same episode, in the same place, which I think is like the Lonely Dragon's Cavern, the storage.
Yeah.
So they both find it in the same place. It seems like they're both chromonockles, and they each find something that equates to a metaphorical map, so that eventually they're not lost anymore. It's a connection to their past life, their origins. Tabitha finds the bracelet, which was Miranda's. Jade finds the notebook, which was Christopher's. And then, if you recall, Tabitha goes back and she sits there at this very shiny table with the bracelet, sitting there at the table, and you can see the reflection of her hand and the bracelet in the table. Remember how we were talking about, it's like her kind of connecting with
touching with herself, her past self. Yeah.
It's like Miranda is the reflection in the table, there's the bracelet. And now here he is sitting at a very reflective, shiny table holding his map of the rainbow sky, Christopher's book. I mean, nobody can tell me this stuff wasn't meticulously plotted out. And the symbolism, there are choices like this that are made for a reason, directing choices. When they're planning scenes like this, it's done on purpose. Like we talked about in Severance, there are many surfaces that are reflective and shiny, showing the duality of their severed selves. They make choices like this deliberately. How many times you see a table this shiny, you can see yourself in it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I used to have a kitchen table kind of like this, but they're definitely putting more of a sheen on it than what mine had.
Yeah. So it's kind of
a little bit of a sheen, but not a mirror sheen.
No. It was kind of like, Christopher is like, his dual identity, Anyway. So yeah, I love how they do this. Like, they have Tabitha and Jade on parallel journeys right now. We just didn't know it yet. The 2 chromonockles, and they even had the matching clothes in that episode when they found those artifacts in the diner. So he pulls out the Polaroid, and it's Christopher stuck between the pages, which is kind of fitting that it was stuck, just like he's stuck in this place over and over again forever. And she recognizes it. She immediately, Tian Shen sees it, and she recognizes Victor back there with his little lunchbox.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, there it is. Victor in his lunchbox. So, yeah. So there's that scene. That's crucial. That's our first glimpse of Christopher. Very first time. And I remember finding it weird.
Notebook.
And he has the notebook.
A notebook in a notebook, a picture of a notebook, a guy with a notebook in the notebook.
I know. It's weird to me that they took pictures back then. Like, why would you even take pictures in a horrible place like this? They didn't even have talismans.
Well, just in case, I guess, for remembering.
I guess. So the scene cuts to... Yeah, it's that time.
No.
Poor Trudy, she's looking for Fatima to give her pillow, Meredith, to her.
Yes.
She was telling Meredith that you're going to go to a new home now. She's going to take such good care of you. It's so sweet and so sad. Like, and weird. I mean, talking to a pillow and naming it, it's a little odd, but I loved her weirdness, how quirky she was. And I wish
Well, I mean, I think the naming things that are important to you will probably ring true through the series.
Right.
Giving things a name.
She said, yeah, things that are important to you should always have a name. It makes some kind of sense, I guess. It's just odd naming a pillow, but the saddest thing.
She doesn't have any friends, Julie. She has to name the pillow, okay?
Aww. And
So
the saddest
sad.
thing is the monsters, they take advantage of her desire to be included and belong by pretending to have a conversation and laughing in the room, like, to lure her in. How cruel can you get?
Yeah.
I mean, exploiting her desire to be included in a fun conversation. So they pretend like they're talking and laughing. I mean, that was really diabolical, actually. And there's Smiley.
Oh,
So
Smiley.
she comes in the room and they close the door behind her, which is, oh god, it's just harrowing to watch, knowing what's about to happen. Smiley shows up. Who is this? A mechanic?
Yeah, I guess so.
I think that's Mechanic Monster.
Yeah, okay.
He's a burly guy. I think that's him. And they all close in on her.
So whose bedroom is this? No, this is an open bedroom.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whose this is.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the layout of Colony House and how many people could be in these rooms, and why is there so many people sleeping on the floor?
I know, right? It's huge, so yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So Molly's like, "Hi, Trudy," and Trudy says, "How did you know my name?" Molly, not Molly, but Jasmine, her actress is Molly. Jasmine says, "We know all your names," which is such a creepy line. We know all your names. That gives us a little piece of information on the monsters. So they know all their names. So there's some, I think that's whatever entity is controlling them is what, like, somehow it's able to, I mean, it knows how to get in people's heads and manipulate or exploit their weaknesses or their character traits. So I guess it can also, it knows their names too. I don't know how, but maybe I think there might be some kind of a mind reading ability going on. Really, like that, like when that Polaroid popped out of Boyd's house. I think maybe whatever entity controlling that Polaroid camera was, I think it pulled that memory out of Boyd's head. but some kind of a mind reading capability. So it knew what his house looked like, but it didn't know what the boat looked like because he didn't have it yet, and Boyd had never seen it. So maybe there's some type of mind reading capability, and that's how they know all this stuff. They all close in on her, like it's so. Oh, it's just so.
They all like touch her too. Like Smiley touches that plant. They're all like, whoa, on her face and on her hair.
Yeah, it's extremely creepy how they all like touch her hair and her face.
Yeah, it's like oddly intimate before they just, get her organs out.
Yeah, and it's almost like just an extra touch of cruelty because she just wanted to fit in and belong, and remember how she came on to Jade. Well, it's like, it's like they know that she wants to be connected, to connect to people, and they're all touchy feely with her, and right before they rip her apart. It's really it's cruel, actually. Look at this. He's like touching her face.
Yeah.
That's a big guy too. I don't know if he might be the mechanic one, but I'm not sure. Yeah, look at how he's touching her face. Smiley. He's got her shoulder there. They all close in. It was really. I like how they did this too. They all close in, and the camera just pans down to the floor. So you don't actually see them transform. You just see blood pouring down, and you hear her screaming. It's awful.
I'm glad because Trudy didn't deserve this, and she doesn't deserve to be torn apart on screen. Not my Trudy.
Yeah, she really doesn't. This is the first episode, actually, that heavily
honorable death.
Yeah, and this is the first episode that heavily featured Smiley. This is where Smiley kind of broke out as a star monster of the show. Up to this point, we saw him only very briefly when the clinic door was left open. Him and his little librarian monster.
His wife.
Yeah.
Mrs. Smiley.
Mrs. Smiley. And this is his breakout episode right here. And Jack Bender actually didn't direct this one. For some reason, it wasn't given to him to direct. He was saying that this younger woman directed the episode, and he was nervous about it. And he said, I remember he told somebody on the show, he said, like, if I were directing this, I would be nervous about it because directing this massacre episode was a huge challenge to undertake. But they nailed it. I think Jack Bender like kind of assisted a little bit with this younger director. That's what he said in an interview recently. And
she did a good job.
An amazing job, especially with this iconic shot we're about to get here. But
but see, here's Stacy still listed to Dale.
Stacy, it's Stacy again. I never noticed that it's her again.
Yeah.
Oddly wearing a vest but no shirt under it.
That's right.
Who wears just a vest by itself?
I don't know. Who wears a slip as a dress, Fatima?
I know, right? She looks like she's walking around in lingerie. I thought that was strange. But Dale here is saying, I'm just saying, I've been here longer than him. I deserve a little respect. I could really help this place if they just... And honestly, I think I agree with Cliff Saunders when he did his interview with Tony Teflon after his character got killed off, and he said that he really felt that Dale has been just misunderstood. He's a misunderstood character. Like, he's an asshole, but he acts like an asshole out of frustration because people don't take him seriously, and he really does want to help. That's what Cliff Saunders thinks. Like, he really did want to help. And this is where he says, I could help if people would just listen to him. And apparently nobody listens to him except what's her face here? What's her name?
Oh, Stacy.
Stacy. Yeah. Nobody listens to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Dale was right. People should have listened to him. It's probably a pocket dimension. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, so yeah, he's sitting there, and then as he's mid sentence, oh, look at there's that thing that looks like an owl up on the wall,
Oh yeah, yeah.
looming over them. It looks so much like an owl right there, the two
Mm-hmm.
eyes. But
Mm-hmm.
he's sitting there and he's mid sentence. I could help if they just like the blood drips.
Yeah.
That was like this iconic shot which pans up to Smiley. Absolutely one of the most iconic shots of the entire series. And the breakout moment for him, for
Mm-hmm.
Smiley and Jamie Maguire, like this is what sealed it. And amazingly, it wasn't Jack Bender who directed this. It was I forget her name, but a younger woman director, and she knocked it out of the park too. I mean, what a menacing shot!
Mm-hmm.
Just leering like the Joker over the
Mm-hmm.
pit, looking down, and the blood is dripping. I guess blood. Where's the blood dripping from? His face, his mouth, maybe. I guess
Mm-hmm.
Trudy's blood.
Maybe. Well, I
Probably.
mean, they do take out the tongue.
Yeah. So maybe his mouth is dripping with Trudy's blood still.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, we got that shot panning up to the top, and then so then let's see what comes after that. Where are we? I lost my place here. Oh yeah. Yeah, so Ellis hears the pandemonium going on, and
Oh yeah, one of my favorites.
this African American monster we never see again.
Monster, the Mod Monster. Love
Yeah.
her. Can we get her on for an interview?
We never see her again. This
We
is
never see her again, but she's great. Why would
Yeah.
she not be there again?
Yeah, and she's the only person of color who was ever in the group of monsters, and so it's odd now like, that she's gone, especially for that reason. It's weird. But yeah, she's creepy too. She and Jasmine are walking down the stairs together, and yeah, Fatima is running. Yeah, look at her face. She's super creepy.
Yeah. She's great.
Yeah. Again, that stain on the wall looks so much like a giant owl. I wonder if it's supposed to be symbolic of something. Let me check in here with you guys. David here says ripping out the tongue is punishment reserved for an apprentice violating obligations. Okay.
Or blasphemy.
Yeah.
Like in the colonies, they would rip out your tongue, your tongue for blasphemy or, similar crimes.
Yeah.
I've said it before. I thought they would cook it because they didn't really have meat in the colonies.
They would.
Yum.
They would cook it. Ew.
Yeah, because they had a lack of meat. It's wasted meat if you don't eat it.
Yeah. Wow. That's just so nasty. Like I know there's like there are people who eat like some kind of tongue from some animal. Like that's to me that is
lingua.
repulsive.
You can get lingua tacos. Lingua tacos in San Diego. Well, maybe a lot of Mexican taco stands. Lingua, the tongue.
That's so gross. I could never. Ugh, it's repulsive to me.
You can get brain tacos, but they're not as popular because of mad cow disease.
Brain? Oh my god, that's even worse. I don't know how people eat this stuff. It's so gross. And
it eats you back when it's a tongue. It tastes you back.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, you're tasting the tongue. It's so gross. Yeah. Oh, why don't you just eat eyeballs too? Ugh. People eat all kinds of strange things, like dried up insects and snake. Like, oh, I don't understand. Anyway, David Agiel says Smiley was reminiscing the whole time he was there, like he once lived in Colony House. Yeah, David. Yeah, I think that's why he was kind of running his hand on the banister and the plants. I think that makes total sense, especially so it's called Colony House. It looks very old. Now, I don't know. Could it be old enough to be part of the origin story? Is it old enough to be from Puritan times? I don't know about that. Maybe not. I don't know, because that would be really, like, really ancient. So, but it's an interesting thought. He's definitely reminiscing about being human, I think, engaging with human
Maybe he was a
things.
gardener.
Maybe.
No
Yeah,
plan.
seriously.
Remember. Or a bus driver.
Yes. Or a bus driver.
Or both.
Yeah. He loved driving that bus. Fletch said when Dale looks up and Smiley is there. Legendary. Yes, an iconic moment. I would have her direct more episodes. She did an amazing job. Absolutely. Totally. Yeah, creep monster. That's a way to torment her. Yeah, what they were doing to what's her name? Trudy. Yeah.
How do you forget that?
I'm tired.
Hi, Trudy.
I'm just,
It hurts. Oh, it hurts.
honestly, like, I'm so tired and sleep deprived that it's hard to even form coherent thoughts. So I'm probably not totally on my game with this live. I might sound completely incoherent at times. So apologies.
Well, we could get done by 3 a.m. and call it.
Oh yeah, I think we might be able to wrap it up by
That's
then.
amazing.
I think we might be able to. And we have just passed the 3-hour mark. You guys haven't hit the like button, and if you could do that, I would appreciate it. It does really help with the algorithm. Sometimes I almost never remember to hit the like unless I'm reminded. So when I'm on other people's live chats, I like being reminded because I usually forget. I'm enjoying the live and I just don't think to hit the like button. So yeah, if you could please do that, I would appreciate it. And so couple of things. What is it? I mean, I don't know whether to say tomorrow or tonight because it's technically already Thursday, but we'll just say Thursday night. Thursday night, watch out for my interview, part 1 of my interview with Doug Hughes. I'm going to premiere it at 8 p.m. Now, he's not going to actually literally be there. It's already pre-recorded, but he might pop in the chat. He said he's going to be listening, so you never know. If you come by the live chat, who knows? He might want to pop in and say hi to the chat. And he loves talking to the fans, and I know he's commented on Tony's YouTube videos before, so I've never seen him actually in a chat, but hey, you never know. So, but yeah, it's either way though, it's a really fun interview, and it's only part 1 of it. There's another part I'll release in a few days, so I'm gonna be releasing that at 8 p.m. Eastern, and then we have our first pregame live for Severance season 2 at. Now, I was thinking for this one, like I don't know. I feel like we have a little bit less to talk about since we already did a long live on Monday. So I was thinking 11 p.m. for this one instead of 10:30.
It's fine.
Like, if that's cool with you. So 11 p.m. Eastern, we'll do a pregame before the Severance premiere, and then fingers crossed, hopefully it'll work. I'll do the midnight watch party in the Discord for Severance season 2, first episode. We'll watch it in there and do a voice chat. So that should be fun. And anyway, Fletch said, "Damn, I don't think there's a translation to what Kenny's dad said. Just went on Discord and read it, and absolutely nothing. That's wild. Really? Was it just nothing? Like, was it fake Cantonese? Well, that's crazy. Okay." Teeter says, "No, not my Trudy." You liked Trudy too? Yeah, she got totally screwed over. Amy, yeah, I loved Roanoke, the season of Roanoke on American Horror Story. I know it wasn't popular, but I liked it. David said Victor must be referring to when Christopher arrived as Miranda's car arrived, but he is still repressed at that moment and either can't or chooses not to remember it. Exactly. I think he was in that car with Miranda and he just doesn't remember, that's all. Yeah. Um let's see. Mm. Martin says I'm gonna do some Frumley scouting for some Cantonese fan and recommend your channel. Yes, definitely. Definitely. We need to see if there's some kind of a translation for that. For sure. Decipher says it's always so peaceful here. Well, I'm glad.
Oh.
I'm glad you find it peaceful here and you're and you like hanging out with us. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. David said, let's petition for Jade on Julie B. Yes, please. For an interview. Yes, I know what you mean.
Or,
Or, hey, I would take either or. Hey, why not? I'll take it. I'll take it.
I wouldn't
Even,
say no.
I wouldn't even say no to Sasquatch Jade. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, you can get a hair clipper and get that done.
Sure, I can deal with that. I can take the lumberjack look, the crazed lumberjack look. That's cool. Yeah, please, yeah, let's petition. Like, oh God, that would be like a dream someday. Victor has a good relationship with Julie, like they are connected. I think so, David. I think we're gonna find out Julie story walked to Victor's timeline and he met her as a child and he just doesn't remember, but he instinctively trusts her. And I still need to put out a video on this, but I think that she's gonna be the cause of Eloise surviving. She's gonna intervene in some way, and I don't know how, but I think she's the missing link. If she did something with Eloise, helped her, maybe she helped her escape somehow. Anyway, Amy says PM was on this chat earlier about 30 minutes in. Wait, PM was? I didn't see PM. Yeah,
she could have been. She's come on here before and called in.
yeah, she has, but I didn't see her earlier though, and I've been looking at the chat, so she was she briefly popped into Tony's chat earlier. Yeah.
She's doing a pop in.
Yeah.
Popping around the chats.
Martin said, you've made me want to rewatch for mirrors and reflections now, Julie, just for Clara alone, because I'm onto that bitch. Could be on the good side, though. Yeah. I'm telling you, look at the number of mirrors and reflections in this show. It happens a lot. It's a recurring thing that they do, and I really enjoy that. See, same way Julie and Elton were taking pictures to each other, having fun. Yeah, Christopher back then. I can see that. There's an Egyptian symbol on the lamp. Really, David? Huh. Yeah, I wonder that too, David. Who took that photo of Christopher? I wonder.
Miranda.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe Miranda. Their version of Elgin. Yeah, I think they definitely had some version of Elgin, whether it's someone who was in the same role as Elgin, or if you want to say maybe he was reincarnated. But I tend to think only Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated and others are just filling certain roles of people in previous cycles.
Do they always have a monster pod each cycle too?
Maybe not every single one, but possibly. I definitely think it's happened before. It looked like some kind of ritual that they've done before. Hey, Doc is here. Researched out for the night, now here and working on music before bed. Nice, Doc. I feel like they should have had Dale working with everyone more since he seemed pretty smart, but needed people to hold him back a bit while still empowering him. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think Dale was misunderstood, and he was a smart guy too. Oh, wait, Fletch, you got the translation? Really? Holy shit, I want to know what he said. Um, I gotta check. Oh, damn it, you got me excited. Never mind, they only translated Kenny and Tian Shen's conversation. Rats.
Uh-huh.
Um, this episode is directed by Jennifer. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought that's what her name was, but I wasn't gonna say it
yeah,
because I felt like I was like, wow.
yeah.
Because when you cut past, if you just skip over the credits, they'll still give you the director's name, which is
Oh,
nice.
okay. Yeah,
I took note it wasn't Jack Bender. I took a
right.
note it was Jennifer Liao, but I was like, I'm not gonna remember her name, but I did, but I didn't. It's early.
Yes. Um, and like Dieter says, commenting on these videos also really helps, even if it's just a quick thing. Like, like all it takes is a word or two. If you comment on, you can't comment during the actual live stream, but after the live stream is over, when there's a replay, there is like a comment section, and if you leave like just even a brief comment, it helps with the algorithm and helps people find these videos and find this channel. It does help a whole lot.
And
um
if you get a conversation back and forth with somebody too, it also helps.
yes,
Probably even more.
yeah, absolutely. When people start having conversations and replying to each other, it helps a lot with people finding this channel. So anytime people have a chance to do that, even if it's just like a word or two, that's all it takes to trigger the algorithm. So and I'm gonna have a special request too. With Doug's interviews, I'll just say this quick and look back into the rewatch, the breakdown. So with the Doug Hughes interviews, the two-parter, um, I really I'm strongly requesting if you could please just leave a comment, even if it's just a couple words. Again, I want to get this notice as much as possible, not for myself, but for him,
Mhm.
because he's been so amazing for this fandom. He has been incredibly kind and generous with the way he has given his time and done kind things for the fans, like playing the saxophone, playing Happy Birthday to someone on the saxophone on video. Like, all this guy asked was for him to make a little video saying happy birthday, and instead he played it on the saxophone.
I'm gonna make a request if he comes on one of our lives. Bring the
Yeah,
saxophone.
break out the saxophone. Yeah, he's an amazing guy. So the reason I really want these videos to get noticed is because I wanted him to plug his plays. He needs more attention on his plays, and he deserves it. You know, it's very difficult, even though he's had plays published around the world. He's struggling, like, every single time. You have to struggle to get these things published, and mainly to get them into production. It's very difficult. And there's one that he wants to get published, or produced rather, really, really badly, and it's like it deserves another production. It's only had one, and it's called Deadline. So he talks about it in part 2 of the interview, um, but yeah, it would be very, very helpful if people could just leave a quick comment, just hit the like and leave a quick comment, so that the algorithm is triggered and more people can find these videos and hear about his amazing plays, because you can buy them online. It's like buying a book. You can buy his play Deadline, which is about two ghostwriters who are writing a play, and they find themselves trapped in the play that they're writing. Their world disappears as they're typing, and then all of a sudden they're just immersed in the world of the play, and they have to kind of write their way out of it, figure out how to escape. And it's a murder mystery that they're writing. So it's so appealing for a fan of From, like that type of concept. I know people would love it. He wants to eventually develop it into a screenplay for a movie, and the more people go buy it, it's available on what's the website? I'll look it up. Um, I'll look it up, but it's available online. You can buy a copy of it, and It's it's just it really deserves another production. It's only had one, and so I want to just help him get the word out as much as possible. So yeah, when I do release those interviews starting Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern will be part one. Part two, I think I'll have it out in a few days, and that's one where he actually talks about Deadline as part of the video. Of course, also talking about From, lots and lots of From, but yeah, it would be helping him out, and he's been an amazing part of this Fromly community since he's joined, so he deserves it. Hey, I need new shoes. I like that. I like that name. Um, it says, "Mod on the From Discord. Could you guide me to the Robert Hughes interviews?" Oh, you mean Doug? Doug Hughes. I would love to make a post on the Discord and watch them myself. Well, I mean, you mean the ones he already did, or the ones I'm gonna be releasing? Because I have one that I'm releasing at 8 p.m. Eastern on this channel Thursday night, which is technically tonight. So there's that. So which Discord are you in? That's okay. It's okay. I need new shoes. Which Discord are you in? Because well, if you just subscribe, I don't know if you're subscribed to my channel here, but if you subscribe and you turn on notifications, it'll tell you when I'm going to premiere part two, because I don't know which day yet, but part one is going to be Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, it's definitely something I think people will enjoy watching. I loved talking to him. And we're gonna hopefully well, he said he'd like to be on our live soon, so we're gonna definitely ask him to come on. So yeah, let me know if that's what you were referring to, or because he's done other interviews. He did one on Tony Teflon's channel, which is fantastic, and he did one with
What is Cast?
What is Fromcast? That was another one. And there
A
was
lot of them. New Watchers on the Wall. I just saw one.
Oh, really? Is that a new one?
I think so. I think it
Oh,
was
well.
New Watchers on the Wall.
Mr. Grant Gregory AI is doing one Thursday night. He's recording it. So after Doug said he's gonna watch. Doug said he's gonna watch the one that I'm releasing that I did with him, and then he's gonna do his podcast interview with Mr. Grant Gregory AI. So I was happy for him that he landed that. It's great. Okay. I'm from Reddit. Oh, so that's at Reddit TV Epics. Actually, didn't realize you were live until Fletcher mentioned it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me find the Discord link. I'll put my Discord link in the chat. And but if you subscribe to my channel here, then you can get a notification when the interviews premiere. And yeah, that'll be 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. Will be part one. Part one is 46 minutes long. Part two is going to be, I think, 55 minutes long, and I'll put that out in a few days. I want to leave a little bit of space in between so people have a chance to watch part one first. So that's what I'm thinking I'll do. There. Too late, Julie? What? Oh, Dieter already linked it. Thank you, Dieter. I was like, too late for what? Thank you, Dieter. Dieter's on top of things. I appreciate it. And okay. And where did I see that thing? Oh, Doc said Julie's Discord is great. I highly recommend it. Well, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. Anyway, we'll get back to the breakdown now. I'm going to pin that Discord link just so it's there in case anybody wants to click it. We are going to be having Severance watch parties starting Thursday night. That's technically tonight at midnight. So if you're interested in watching Severance with a group, I think it'll be fun. I'm going to start those watch parties. Let me see. I'm just going to pin that Discord link. And then we'll
There's a lot going on tonight.
There is a lot going on tonight. Yes, kind of a crazy, wild week right now. That's why I only got 2 hours of sleep yesterday.
Yep.
Or like I say yesterday because I didn't sleep all night, and then I was gonna sleep more during the day, but I only slept for 2 hours. Okay, there, I pinned the Discord link. So, and anybody listening on the replay, my Discord link is also in the description of this video. So there's that. I'm gonna also, when I release the Dog Q's interviews, I'm gonna put the link to where to buy his play right in the description. I want people to be able to find that. I wish I could remember what was the name of that website. I think it was it playscripts.com? Yes, it's playscripts.com, and his play is called Deadline. I'm going to be getting a copy. Like, it sounds right up my alley. So anyway, thank you, Amy. Yeah, I hope I can get some restful sleep too. I need it. I need it. I wore myself out with this channel stuff. Martin says I'm off work Friday, so I'll be up and be in the chat all the time. I'm at work now, so I've been for a few hours. So if I missed anything in chat, my bad. Well, no, thank you for being here, Martin. I appreciate it. You've been a great participant in the chat. And Friday we'll have Doc on again. We're going to be diving into Jack Bender. Jack Bender will be a super interesting topic to discuss. He is a character. We're going to have fun with that. Anyway, so let's get back into this. So we've got this scene, Victor and Julie. And Victor, I mean, this is the moment he's been preparing for. He's, flying into action. And he knew something was coming because 2 cars came again. The boy in white showed up after being gone for a long time, appeared to Ethan just like he did with Victor as a young boy, and that's how Victor knew. He started digging graves, and I guess now he was all set. He had this big rope all ready to go. I'm surprised he didn't have the rope tied up already. He had to tie it in this scene. Honestly, I'd be a little nervous climbing down a rope that somebody tied that hastily, but he did it, and he tied up his drawings into a neat little package to take with him, put a string around his lunchbox, all ready to go. And so Julie's lucky she actually had that embarrassing moment with Fatima, because it might have saved her life. She wound up with Victor. Well, where did I leave off in my notes here? So Julie's basically just freaking out and like, no, what are you doing? Where are we going? And yeah, he says we have to go. He says it's starting. We have to go. She's like, what's starting? Just basically generally freaking out, and tells her to get, climb down the rope, and he has her go first. So, he's protecting her before himself. He has her go down first. And the amazing thing about these scenes with him in this episode is, even though he's a child in a man's body, he's surprisingly composed in these moments of crisis. He just goes and does what he needs to do. He flies into action, and he just takes care of things. And so it's like one of the rare times when you actually see him composed and not childlike. And she's just generally freaking. She climbs down, and he goes down after her. I mean, that looks horrifying. Can you imagine? Oh my God. The very top floor of that huge building. That's a huge building too. Jesus. Oh my God. I could never do it. For one thing, I've never been able to climb a rope, even as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have the upper body strength.
Like in gym class?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I tried. I needed help from the gym teacher in elementary school. Oh, my mom's dog is outside my door. Might have to go help him get back up on the. He's a Chihuahua and he's so little he can't get on.
Oh no.
He needs help getting up on the chair with her. I don't know what the hell he's doing out there in the middle of the night. He's always with her sleeping. So anyway, she's climbing down. That's terrifying. I'm a little afraid of heights, so that's scary. Donna is telling everybody, remember protocol, find your buddy, get in the van. But she wanted to stay behind and look for Ellis and Julie.
I like the find your buddy thing. Like
Find
as a
your
field trip.
Find your buddy, right? And I like how she's very maternal. She's immediately just wanting to stay and look for Ellis and Julie. They're like they're her surrogate children in a way, because she feels responsible for protecting them. And because Ellis lost his mother, so she kind of stepped in, and he moved in there, and it's like she's more of like a mother figure to Ellis and to Fatima, really. And, she's worried about Julie, and Fatima says no, follow protocol. Get as many people out as you can, and so she convinces her to do that. And Julie climbs all the way down. Victor follows, and we have a rare boy in white sighting, which I had kind of forgotten until recently that he appeared in this episode. But there he is. And just standing there. He never says much at all. He just, if you're lucky, he might lead you in a certain direction that will help, which he did. What the heck? My mom's dog is like running around the kitchen. I gotta go out there and just get him. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. So he just says follow the boy in white, or no, not follow the boy in white, but he says we got to go this way because she can't see him. It's pretty clear that she can't see the boy in white. Only he can, right? So it's like with Sarah and Boyd. Boyd didn't see him, but Sarah did. He says, we have to go to the trees. She said, well, that's where the monsters are. They'll kill us. And he's like, no, if you want to see your family again, we got to go to the trees. So yeah, she chooses to trust him, which I find surprising, considering how creeped out she was by him until this episode. She trusts him and follows him instead of trying to, I mean, if she ran, maybe she could have caught up with them and gotten the van. I guess they both could have possibly, but I don't know. Yeah, this is the smiley scene. Another iconic scene. I remember when we had we were on Sci-Fi Vision's channel and we were interviewing Jamie McGuire, who plays Smiley. I asked him.
Best day of my life.
That was amazing, right?
Well, one of the best ones, at least.
I asked him, was this in the script for you to, run your hand over the plants and the banister and stuff like that, or was that an ad lib? Because he, the smile was his. He's the one who made that choice to smile like that, and they liked it, so they kept it. And actually, he's the reason why all the monsters smile. He started it. Then they basically told everyone else to do it too. So I asked him if this was in the script, and he said yes, it was. So this was actually part of it. He was supposed to do this, which is interesting. And I think it's just kind of him reminiscing about being human,
yeah.
Oh, this is what it's like to be a human being living in a house. And now I do have to go get the dog because I think he's going to wake my mom up. I'll be right back.
Okay. So we have Smiley here. And he's touching some plants. He's filling up some plants, as you do. And of course he is my favorite. Like Julie said, he came up with a smile. He I guess doesn't like to be related to the Joker very much in interviews, so I kind of tried to steer it towards more Superman and Clark Kent and Lex Luthor instead, which you know, I think I hope redeemed it. But we're gonna be coming up soon on where Ellis sees Trudy but thinks it's Fatima, and because of that yellow sweater stained with blood, that kind of reminds me a lot of the painting of the man in yellow. And I think there's a lot of real symbolism in having the pristine, clean yellow being dirtied by blood, or like in Ethan's case, a bucket full of soil. And I think we're going to see that many times as we rewatch and be surprised. And let me think. I also felt bad. I felt bad about Trudy anyway, and I'm not really sure when Ellis turns her if we'll be able to see if Julie has pictures because some of it gets graphic. It looks like almost part of her neck is gone, like they were vampires and were like biting her neck. So I don't know if that's where Smiley got the blood in his mouth from, because obviously one of the monsters went there, and it'd be kind of like a really kind of perverted way of like the opposite of like Fatima making out with Stacy. It's like these monsters are like mock making out with Trudy and like biting her neck.
I'm back. What were you talking about?
I talked a little bit about the scene where Ellis is going to walk in and Trudy walk onto the room where Trudy's on the floor, and how the monsters are kind of mock making out with her because there's a part of her neck that's gone, and that's probably where Smiley got the blood in his mouth.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I'm guessing that's probably where he got it from. Ugh.
It's almost kind of like a mockery of the making out scene between Fatima and Stacy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I agree. I had to, so I went and picked up the dog and put him back with my mom where he sleeps. Mm-hmm. And I had to stay for a minute and make sure he was okay, because he does this. I don't know why this happens, but small dogs have this problem sometimes. It's called a reverse sneeze, where they start like doing this thing where it sounds like they can't catch their breath, and they're like inhaling really sharply through their nose over and over again, and it can actually be fatal if it doesn't get under control. It's like they think they can't breathe. It's like a panic attack. It's caused by severe anxiety, and he's a ball of nerves. He started doing it, so I had to find a toy, like a baby, giving a baby a pacifier. Yeah. Got him a toy, and then he was okay.
Yes.
But sometimes it gets so bad when he has a really bad attack, I have to sit there and massage his neck for like 10 minutes. Like, I have to sit there and massage his neck because he thinks he can't breathe. Oh. And sometimes you have to physically open his mouth so he breathes through his mouth, because he can't get air through his nose. It's so weird. Anyway, let's see. So, Decipher said, I escaped to DJ Academic's drama live chat, then rhymed out and missed peace and harmony. I've been meaning to check out like DJ Academics. I never even heard of that person until recently, and then all of a sudden I heard about him because I became obsessed with Kendrick Lamar, and I don't know, I think he's like anti-Kendrick Lamar, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've heard. I don't know, maybe pro Drake or something, but anyway, random thought. But yes, if you could like the stream, that would be much appreciated. And so, moving on. Yeah, Kenny versus Drake. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I wasn't really aware of it at the time, so now I'm getting caught up on what I missed. It's pretty wild. But so Ellis mistakenly thinks that what's her name? That Trudy. Forgot her name again.
You forget her name.
I'm tired. Two hours of sleep in the last like 36 hours.
Yes.
I'm very tired.
Welcome to my world.
So Ellis thinks that Fatima is the one laying there in a pool of blood, case of mistaken identity. And you kind of think for a second, you kind of think like, well, that's what you get for being an idiot, focusing on yourself, getting drunk at your girlfriend's party and abandoning her like that. Like, like he kind of, I wouldn't say he deserved it, but he sort of deserved this little scare, almost thinking that it was her. Great job by this actor in look like this is like real tears. Like look at the how do actors get this going on? He's literally
the vein.
He has a vein bulging in his head.
Yeah.
How do they do
deep.
that?
They go deep.
Damn, that's some serious acting. Like, how do you pronounce that? Cordian, his name? Is it Cordian?
Yeah, something like that.
Cordian, yeah. Amazing. Amazing job. Wow. All the actors on this show are just world class. But yeah, he turns her over.
Trudy. But she looks like she's got her neck bitten out.
She kind of does. Yeah. And
her face.
Oh, incidentally, I was just about to say her face. They usually don't mess with the face, but I never noticed this until tonight.
They messed with the face.
Yeah, I never noticed this because when you take screenshots like I do, hundreds and hundreds of screenshots, you start to notice some details that you didn't before, and I never noticed. So we thought like the monsters almost never, like they never mess with the face, and so that's part of the fuel for the Donna is a mole theory. Like her story about her sister getting her face ripped off. But they do mess with the face sometimes.
They mess with the face.
They messed with Trudy's face. They ripped Tianquan's scalp off. They rip out tongues. So I mean,
they ripped out Jim's throat.
They ripped out Jim's throat. They slashed Katri's throat. They told Sarah to stab Toby in the throat and make it look like the monsters did it.
And take out his tongue.
So they do mess with the face. Her throat looks slashed. Her face is ripped right here. And this was actually, I can kind of see why they picked her to do this. It wasn't that, they wanted to get rid of this actress, but this would be a perfect person to be mistaken for Fatima because she has this long, beautiful, wavy black hair. And so you give her Fatima's sweater and upside down, you might think it's Fatima for a minute. Fatima's also light-skinned, like similar complexion to her.
I thought you were going to say about the shape of her face where it looks like where it's cut into. You can see it even better because her face is more round. Poor Trudy.
Poor Trudy, indeed.
Rolling out for Trudy.
Yes. I was thinking like, I don't know, apropos of nothing. I was just thinking like I should have, like for once, I'm almost never wearing makeup when I do a live stream, so I never want my camera on, but I actually still have makeup on from recording stuff for videos earlier, so I could have actually turned my camera on, but I'm just too damn tired. I don't feel like if I wasn't so tired, I might have actually done it because I mean, why not? If I'm usually like all sloppy and whatever, just relaxing doing this. But earlier I had to record stuff for like after the interview, like outro stuff. And so I had to put makeup on, which I hate doing. Anyway, just random thought. But so this actually wasn't that gruesome compared to a lot of bodies that we've seen. They didn't rip open her, once again, she and Kevin, they didn't rip open their chest cavities, so they changed to their tactics a little bit with them.
Oh, I thought there was. I thought there's some ribs are sticking out in one of these shots, but maybe I'm not getting. Because like when I watched it, I was like, "Are those ribs?" I couldn't remember what shot it was here, but I was like,
"Oh, maybe in this one here." I see something. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. That might be it. It's hard to see because it's not
Yeah.
HD. But
Mhm.
yeah, I think you're right. I
Yeah.
think you're right. Anyway, so yeah, so Ellis turns around and he's got Smiley on his tail here.
Mhm.
That presence as he's walking in with
Yeah.
that Joker grin on his face. Just
Mhm.
amazing. Oh, I just love it. Was he wearing the same? Is this the same outfit he wore in season 2?
I
I
think
think
so. I think he's a cardigan type of guy.
I
That's
could
Smiley.
have. Okay, he always wore cardigan with like no logo on it, right? There's no
Yeah.
logo anywhere. Okay, I don't know why I was thinking that he had a logo on his cardigan.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm thinking of Teen Boy Monster.
Mhm.
Um, that there's just something different looking about Smiley in season 1. I feel
Mhm.
like his hair looks less red.
Yeah.
Like it's more subdued. I think in
Mhm.
season 2, maybe they dyed his hair to a different shade of red or something.
Oh, amped it up.
I think they did. He looks way more subdued in this season to me.
Mhm.
That's why I think a lot of us forgot about his brief scene when he's outside the clinic door because he
Mhm.
doesn't stand out as much. You just see him really quick
Mhm.
and then he's gone and his hair is darker. Anyway, Alice sees him and like immediately jumps out the window. Smiley's coming in. They always show this thing. Rendezvous move
The rendezvous.
1971, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Alice is
Yeah.
like, this is not even any kind of decision you have to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's either stay there and certain death or just take your chances and
Mhm.
jump off the roof and
Gravity's the quickest way.
right, just hope you survive the fall
Mhm.
without breaking your neck. At least you have some kind of a chance. But imagine having to make that choice. Like,
Mhm.
God. Yeah. Yeah, he the thing is though, like I feel like he could have done this a little bit better. Like if you look at this,
Well, he is drunk.
he is drunk.
Take drunk into consideration.
He literally just like fumbles his way over here and just hurls himself off the roof onto his arm, which he
Mhm.
breaks. He could have easily just, you know, there's this big thing here. He could have climbed right out and then hung down here from his arms, hung from this
Mhm.
thing, and then just
Mhm.
dropped feet first. And then
Mhm.
no broken bones, maybe. But
But he is
yeah,
drunk
but he's drunk. He's a drunken idiot. That's why you shouldn't get drunk in Fromville at
at
night.
nighttime. Yes.
Moral of that story. I wonder if Kevin was on something. Maybe that compromised his judgment. I don't know.
He was on Endorphins from Love.
Yeah, because even in the daytime, he was already doing this stupid shit, leaving the flowers out. So you
Mhm.
can't blame drugs unless he was doing drugs all day. Anyway, Ellis jumps right onto, landing right on his arm, like
Mhm.
an idiot, instead of feet first. Of course, breaking the arm. Fatima finds him, and monsters are like right behind her. I can't tell which ones they are, but just random monsters. She gets Ellis up, and he tells her to just leave him, but of course she won't. Um, and yeah, they're all closing in on them at this point. There's Jasmine again, and then some other ones I can't recognize. Oh yeah, there's I don't know what you call this one. She looks like a 60s like mod
Mhm.
chick. I love that monster. That she's the same one who laid on the ground pretending to
Mhm.
be injured for the EMTs. I loved that. I just love her cool 60s look with the bob and the dress.
Mhm.
And she's very good at looking like this creepy robotic zombie thing. She moves like a zombie. They checked her pulse. She
Mhm.
had none. They rolled her over and like she just it's really like exactly like a robot. The way that she opened her eyes. Yeah, she's one of my favorites actually. Um but Fatima has this idea that okay, maybe if they close themselves in the entryway, there's this little like foyer area
Mhm.
and put up the talisman that it might keep them safe even though the monsters are already in the actual house. And it works. So apparently this could work in a room too. If you closed yourself into a room and they're already in the house, as long as the window's shut, I guess the talisman might work. And she doesn't know if it'll work, but she puts it up, and yeah, they both just sit there, and
Mhm.
she finally just completely breaks down like that. When you're in crisis mode, you have to just you can't fall
Mhm.
apart. You have to
Yeah.
problem solve, figure out what you need to do and do it, and then you break
Mhm.
down. That's
Yeah.
like that's what
Mhm.
happens with me.
Mhm.
You break down after.
Yeah.
Um and he must feel like a complete idiot at this point, and he should. I mean,
Mhm.
this drunken fool like abandoned her at her own party, and she had to save his ass, and she could have gotten herself killed staying behind. If
Mhm.
he hadn't abandoned her at her own party and gone
Mhm.
upstairs, they probably could have been in the van heading down to town with everyone else.
Mhm.
So he's lucky she was there to save his stupid ass. But
Mhm.
I understand. I mean, I sympathize. It was the whole grief situation with his
Mhm.
mom. Um, and he says, "How did you know it would work?" She says, "I didn't.
Mhm.
I was hoping." Again, it's her hope. She has that hopefulness that other people
Mhm.
don't have, and also she was thinking, well, the RV, it worked in the RV,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
so another what unconventional circumstance, it worked. Victor takes Julie out to the tree, following the boy in white, of
Mhm.
course, and he tells her she needs to get in the tree. She's like, resisting, of course, and panicking. Um, he says, like, you got to trust me if you want to see your family again. You need to get in the tree.
Mhm.
It must sound insane to her, but he basically has to push her into the tree. I mean, I wouldn't climb in
In the
willingly.
tree.
Huh?
It's like get in the tree. I like that he says, "I'll be right behind you," but yet
I
it's a
know.
faraway tree.
Yeah. um. Yeah. He's like, get in the tree. I wouldn't agree. I would think he's insane. But yeah, he basically has to push her in, and yeah, he says, "I'll be right behind," and then you don't hear the rest of it because
It's a great shot. It's a great shot that goes into darkness and that comes out of the root cellar. That shot's really nice.
right.
I watched
Yeah,
that shot. I watched that shot over and over again because I thought it was cool.
it is cool. Yeah. No, I like how they did that, and yeah, he basically says, oh yeah, this is what I was looking for in my notes. She asks where they're going, and he says, "There's another way here." She's like, "Another what?" And he said, "You have to get inside." So yeah, so he knows I don't know how he knows, but he's aware that there's a faraway tree there and another way out. And he says, "You'll be safe. I promise. You have to find your brother. You have to warn him. You have to tell him it's starting." Um, so how does he know she'll be safe? I mean, I guess because he trusts the boy in white. The boy in white led them there, so
Mm-hmm.
he believes that, and boy in white protected him. Um, I mean, we can be pretty certain of that. That's how he survived all that time, and we've actually heard from. I mean, Scott McCord himself said John Griffin told him the boy in white helped him survive after the massacre. His friendship helped him survive, so he trusts him. So yeah, he tells her you'll be safe, and he says you have to tell Ethan it's starting, and she's like, what's starting? She says, I don't know what you're talking about. And Victor said he will go. I'll be right behind you. So
Mm.
how does he know for sure that Ethan will understand this? It's interesting.
Mm.
Ethan is a little kid,
Or
uh,
is
or is he the future man in yellow?
hmm.
I mean,
Because you know things.
How does he know everything? How does he know how
Uh,
everything works? All of this talk about how stories work, story walking. It's kind of like he's the one running the place, really.
mm,
It just makes you wonder. I'm just saying. Uh, and he says that the boy in white chose Ethan, like he chose Victor once as a child. What does that mean? Um, I mean, if he's going to be the man in, that's the thing. If he does turn out to be the man in yellow, then what would that mean? The boy in white chose him. Maybe Victor's wrong. Maybe Victor's just assuming the boy in white chose Ethan, like he chose Victor. I don't know. That part of the theory I'm having trouble with, trying to reconcile it. Because Ethan seems to be filling young Victor's role, except maybe that's what they want us to think, and the twist is that that's not the case, and Victor's wrong. Um, that maybe Ethan is actually going to be future Man in Yellow one day. I don't know. It's a theory that I never thought I would be leaning into, but I'm starting to think it more and more. Julie comes out of the root cellar, and when she goes through the tree, she just sometime I would like to actually see a CGI effect of how like they just appear in these places. Like, does the wall just kind of melt into, like,
yeah.
that she just kind of, go through the tree and the wall just morphs into this portal and it just spits her out. I would like to kind of see that, but does this tree always lead to this spot? I wonder. The root cellar seems like an enchanted location, a special place. It's very, very old. One of the oldest things in the whole place, along with the church. And yeah, so she lands in the cabinet, which is the same place where Jade saw the man crushed by the boulder. It was in that cabinet. Also, the cabinet right there that she's coming out of is blocking the secret room.
Yeah.
Where Fatima was placed, but it was behind that cabinet. So, but yeah, the guy under the boulder was in there too. So I'm thinking that was a faraway tree trip gone wrong for the man under the boulder. But somehow I feel like this place might. Like I have a theory that the root cellar could be some sort of enchanted location that makes that's safe for children. It keeps children safe. Because how did Victor survive the night in there while the rest of the town was slaughtered outside of it?
Yeah.
And here Julie survives a massacre in this root cellar, just like Victor survived one in the root cellar. No, we don't know when she left. I mean, did she stay in there all night and then go home? We don't know. But yeah, it feels like maybe it's a protected place for kids. Miranda placed it's almost like Miranda knew too, because she told Victor and Eloise to hide there. It seems like a pretty obvious hiding spot, yet she was confident enough to leave them there and go off when she thought Christopher was a threat. Makes me think maybe Miranda knew this was a safe location for children. Somehow they're protected. I don't know. Just a theory, but now we're coming toward the end here. This part always gets me because it's one last lighthearted moment between Boyd and Katri that's so fleeting. It's over so quick. Boyd.
I honestly forgot that Katri died in this episode.
Seriously? Oh my god.
Yeah, I did. I totally did. I thought, and it was weird because they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go with, you, me, and Sarah," and I'm thinking, maybe he was in that trip.
Oh jeez.
My mind was as well. I was like, "Oh yeah, he does die," and that's
Yeah.
the whole ending of the episode, pretty much.
I find that so funny because you remembered you would never in a million years forget that Trudy died in this one, but you forgot Katri died. Really?
Trudy's
And
cute.
you remember the names of all the red shirts that have names, like every rando, but
Yeah.
you forgot Katri died. Like you're the
Well,
champion.
the thing is too, like when me and my boyfriend watch TV and their commercials, I'll point out everything in the background of the commercial, and I can't tell you what the drug or anything it was selling, but I can tell you that there was a desk and it had a really cool red clock on it.
That's so crazy to me. That's just fascinating about you. It really is because the way that you notice these unobvious things that are in the background, everyone else notices the things in the, that we're supposed to that are jumping out at us. And you always use
Like a main character dying, perhaps.
yes, like a main character dying. Like this was the first major death of the series.
Trudy. Gina.
Trudy and Gina. I wouldn't call them major deaths, but especially Gina.
In
She got
my
hard.
heart, Trudy was everything.
This is just funny. Like, yeah, you pick up on details that I would never have noticed, but you've got me noticing more stuff now. Now I find myself like suddenly I'm paying attention to the red shirts more and the stuff in the background. Like, your influence is rubbing off on me.
Yes.
Anyway, so Boyd says if we do this, and I mean if, and she even blinks the wrong way, Katri says you do what you need to do, but we're going out there. We're gonna find answers. We're gonna find a way out. This is why I was told to get back in the car so that you and I can go out there and find a way to get these people home. And Boyd's like, "You're a fucking madman, you know that, right?" Great line. And Katri says, "Bible's full of them."
Yep.
Kind of a weird thing for a priest to say, but okay.
Yeah.
But it's so sad how there's like one last lighthearted moment between these two friends, and it's so fleeting, and then it's over, and next thing you know, Katri's dying in his arms. It just gets you in the gut because it's so unexpected, out of nowhere. It's just wild, and what he says too, he thinks that this is why he was told to get back in the car, that God called him there. This is his path to go out and convince Boyd that Sarah is an asset, and then go on this trek with them to find a way home. Like, he thinks they're living book 74 of the Bible, and it's just so tragic, really. He was tricked the whole time, and this is why I say I think that the boy in white brought him there. And this is why I say the boy in white is an ambiguously good figure, because I think he brought people like Boyd and Katri there to help, but in doing so, he's harming them by bringing them to this horrible place. But he's doing it, in my opinion, in my theory, he's doing it for the greater good. Bringing Boyd there helps the greater good. Obviously, Mr. Fish and Loaves, and bringing Katri there brought comfort and solace to people, and allowed them to take advantage of Sarah as an asset. He convinced Boyd. He convinced Boyd to keep her alive. So I think yeah, this was the path that he was supposed to follow. It's just not coming from God like he thinks. He was tricked. So yeah, the boy in white, I think I would call it Machiavellian tactics, where the ends justify the means. Bringing him there, masquerading as God, it's messed up and it's cruel, but it ultimately helps these people, because what ends up happening is, I mean, Sarah helps Boyd figure out the whole, the cicada music box thing, the end of season 2, and as a result, Sarah helps Boyd save the town. So, it did serve the greater good, and it saved everyone, but it cost Katri his life. So, when I say that I think the boy in white is helpful, people automatically, bristle at that and say, no, 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 he's evil. I'm not saying he's an angel. I don't think he's purely good. I don't think there is any purely good entity. I think that he's trying to help end the cycle and help people as best he can, but sometimes the ends justify the means. He's got to do things like this. Bring someone to town who could ultimately get murdered there, but he served the greater good in the process. And so Katri did have a path to follow. It's just not the path he thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it sucks for him. And I hate that they got rid of him, but in a way they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't really.
Honestly, he has almost as many in season 3. He has almost as many scenes as he did when he was alive.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, maybe.
Job security.
Yeah. Now in season 2, I think he was only in 2 scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Season 3, they ramped it up more, and I hope they give us even more. I don't know. Maybe that might be overkill, but
Yeah.
I just this dynamic between Boyd and Katri was so good. Look at them. This is just so bittersweet that they're smiling in these last few moments.
They're having such a good time. It's like Kenny with the lettuce,
Exactly like Kenny with the lettuce. Yeah.
Finding their purpose.
Yeah.
It's downtown.
It's like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like sometimes, when you just feel so bad for these characters when they're so happy and the other shoe's about to drop on them.
Yeah. They just have a minor victory and then it's like comes crashing down.
Yep. It all comes crashing down on them. The van pulls up, they hear it, they run out, of course, and Boyd's yelling, "What happened? Where's Ellis?" Donna says, "I don't know, I'm sorry." And they help everyone out of the van, and unfortunately, I don't know why Katri wavers and hesitates here and looks down the street at the monsters. What I don't know what he was thinking. Like the next part I understand, but this didn't make any sense to me. He should have been immediately following them in, but
So are those monsters saying, "Hey, what's going on?" or whatever? Are they just trying to mock them or something over there?
oh yeah, those are definitely monsters.
Okay.
They're like, yeah, hey,
Hey, what's happening over there? I
I
mean,
love.
maybe that's to distract them too, because that's where I went to those monsters. So I think that's probably where the father went too. He went there, and there was somebody behind him.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So he wasn't looking behind him.
yeah. They said something to it. They were like calling out, and then it distracted him. Yeah, they can get in your head, and I find it hilarious when the monsters have dialogue. It's always so funny.
Yeah, it is.
It's like what they say to Fatima and Ellis too. I forgot
Yeah.
about that part.
Uh-huh.
When where was that? When Fatima and Ellis were in the little foyer area, they
Yeah.
said something like, "Oh, come on, you're ruining the fun," or
Yeah. We were
this
in
is
our fun. We were having fun.
yeah, we were having fun. It's so fucking
Don't
funny.
be like that. I remember the one was like, "Don't be like that.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
were
she said
having fun."
that's right. She says, "Don't be like that. We were having fun." That's it. That, that's hilarious. I meant to say that when the scene came up, but I forgot.
Yeah.
It's just it's so sinister and creepy when they say these things. It's like they're just playing with their food. It's like it's cat and mouse. It's so
Yeah.
funny. It's such a game to them. But um it's like outside the RV where they were saying like, "Hey, need any help in there?" Um
Yeah.
they're either pretending to be someone there to help or it's like, "Oh, you're ruining the fun." Yeah. Like that. Anyway.
Don't be like that.
Yeah. Yeah, as if they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, let me open the door and have some fun with you."
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so this is the last cruel trick. One last cruel trick. He was tricked into coming there by an entity, which I think is the boy in white, masquerading as the voice of God. And then one last cruel trick, but this is not the boy in white doing it. In this case, it's one of the monsters saying, "Father," and a priest would naturally, instinctively turn around. It's I would think after years of being a priest, it would just be second nature. He turns around and
Yeah.
that's the end of that. Ninja like moves. I think that is the waitress monster, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be.
She's the one who took out Katri. Also the one who dangled the keys in front of Boyd in season 3. You can't save them all. I think it's her. And yeah, she's in full baldy mode and
Full baldy mode.
yeah. Yeah. I thought that was an interesting choice because like they had this one look different. It was just completely bald. You didn't see the transformation. She was already transformed. And then that's how fast it is. So it's not that they can't move fast when they want to. It's just a game to them. They move fast, when they feel like it. Clearly they can. And this was like lightning fast. When I first saw this, I was shocked. I did not see that coming. Like, the episode was almost over. You think things are winding down, and then bam, right in the gut. Boyd happens to be there to catch him, so at least he doesn't have to die out there with the monsters ripping him apart. So there's that small consolation, I guess. At least he can die with his friends, and Boyd, I guess shoots at them, which really doesn't do anything, but maybe it slows them down just a little bit.
And maybe it just slows them down enough, gives them enough of a distraction to get in there.
This is heartbreaking, really. Just because they have this, even though they have this weird love-hate dynamic where Boyd's always telling him you're the worst fucking priest, and you still get the sense that they're friends, and it's just heartbreaking. Katri was like his moral compass and his mentor in a way, and they were friends, and yeah, so Katri is like in complete shock. He still has the presence of mind to be thinking of what he thinks it was his path, even in the end, where he can barely even talk anymore. And he's like, what does he say? He says, so they kind of cradle his head and they try to stop the bleeding, but I mean it's a lost cause. Clearly, they're not going to be able to save him, and he says it doesn't end this way, my path, please. He keeps saying my path, my path. And he's like, he's in complete shock because he really thought that this was, he was supposed to go on this mission with Boyd and Sarah into the woods. Like, it's not supposed to end like this. But yeah. And then he asks Boyd to pray with him because he quickly realizes he's dying, obviously. So he asks Boyd to pray with him, and I thought that the way they did this was interesting because they recite what I think it's the Lord's Prayer.
Yeah.
But they skip the last line, and I think that's a deliberate choice because so they recite the prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And that's where it stops. Now, the rest of the prayer is, for thine is the kingdom and thy power and thy glory forever. Amen. But
but I've heard it done both ways.
But I think it's more fitting that they stop at deliver us from evil.
Yeah.
And then Boyd says amen 3 times, deliver us from evil. Amen, amen, amen. And when Katri can't speak anymore, Boyd finishes the prayer, when like about halfway through, Katri can't even speak anymore. And Boyd finishes it for him. He's just bleeding out. It's it's awful. He's Katri's like clutching Boyd's hand, and then he puts his arm up on Boyd's shoulder, and and Boyd is being so strong for him too, like at first he was trying to coach him like, no, you can do this, you can breathe. Yeah, no, clearly he was gonna die. But yeah, Boyd is not really so much into religion, but he prays with him and finishes the prayer when Katri can't. And I just think it was so fitting that they stopped with "Deliver us from evil," and Boyd says "Amen" 3 times, because if there's anything they need is to be delivered from evil in this place. It packs a punch, and the way Boyd says it, and the performances of these two actors were just absolutely stellar, powerful, really beautiful.
Yeah, and even down in the background, she's like putting her head down and everything.
Yeah, she literally collapses her head on Boyd's arm there. So it just shows, like, even though they had this tension between them and probably a grudge, that's why they divided the town and the colony house. They actually do care about each other. And yeah, Katri was part of the town, but Donna is also devastated too, clearly. She just collapses her head on Boyd's shoulder, and that right there is really the start of town and colony house coming back together again, and this necessitated it. They were literally like chased out of colony house. They had to take them in the town. The windows were smashed in, so no more division after this point. This marks the end of that. Now they start to work together as a whole, which works better. It's better if there isn't a divide. If they're going to fight this place, they should be united. And Donna and Boyd are like the two. They've been described as the two pillars of the town. The two leaders, basically. But yeah, just incredible acting, devastating scene. I really wish they didn't kill him off. I mean, Ghost Katri is really fun, and at least we still get some great Boyd and Katri conversations, and that dynamic lives on. But it's not the same. It would have been nice if they could have kept him a bit longer. I wonder if they ever regret it, writing him off so soon.
They probably did. That's why they brought him back.
Yeah, I bet you that's why.
Yeah.
I bet you that's why they brought him back, because they were like, shit, what did we do? This guy's amazing. Look at how he acted this scene.
I mean, they regretted killing Trudy off.
Right?
So.
I mean, just watching him act out his death scene, they were probably like, shit, what did we do?
Yeah.
We got to bring him back from the dead somehow. And so maybe that's, I would be willing to bet when they came up with the concept for this show that they weren't planning on having the ghost entities, that this was just a way to bring certain ones back. So we got Ghost Katri, we got Ghost Tom for Jade. Maybe they thought, okay, well, Boyd has Katri, why don't we bring Tom back for Jade and just make it a kind of a thing, and Ghost Abby, of course.
Well, like in a show like this, you can do a backstory flashback episode. You can make him a ghost. You can make him a hallucination.
Oh yeah, you can.
I mean, Yellow Jackets does that a lot. They brought back a couple people in dreams and hallucinations. Talking like a ghost way.
Right. Yeah. So
that's a real job security for those actors.
Right. Absolutely. Doug was saying too in the interview, like, not mine, but like I saw one of his other interviews. I watched all his interviews as research before I did mine, because I didn't want my interview to be too redundant. I didn't want to just ask Doug Hughes all the same questions everyone else asked and get all the same answers that we've all heard already. Now, some of it, yeah, you will hear certain things that are repeated. He only had one 45-second appearance on the show so far.
Yeah.
So naturally, certain things you're going to hear repeated, but I tried my best to put a new, like, if I couldn't ask completely original questions, then I would at least tweak them as like, okay, so this person asked this question in an interview. I'm going to take this and make it and let it inspire a new question that's like a follow-up. Jump off of that, and like a follow-up question to that. So I did that kind of thing to get more detail and more context about some of the things he's discussed and any new stuff I could think of too. So there's that. It's not a rehash of all the other interviews he's done. And where am I going with this? Where I forget why I brought this up. Oh yeah, I'm tired.
Yes.
It was because he said about Jim. He said, look where we are here. He'll probably be back, in a dream or as a ghost. He'll probably
Flashback.
Yeah.
Hallucination.
He'll probably be back. I mean, he's one of the most prominent story walking. There you go. Like, could be that, could be any of those things. So the only thing I could say that's an obstacle to that is that Ian Bailey is one of the bigger names in the cast. So he might not want to like take the time to go up to Nova Scotia just for some ghost appearances. Like
it doesn't stop Isla Purnell from going in every Yellow Jacket season.
Right.
She was like a main in season 1, but she just keeps showing back up.
Really?
But she does Fallout. She did Fallout. She did Sweet Pea. So she's pretty high demand, but she still makes a Yellow Jackets appearance.
Good, because I honestly I would really like to see Ghost Jim. I really would. I want to see. If I think it would be entertaining as hell if he haunts Tabitha and her two husbands.
So even if he has other things on his plate, he might make a little appearance. A little Jim appearance.
I hope so.
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
I really hope so, and I want to see. Like, I think it would be a crime if they don't give us Ghost Tian Shen too, because I mean that actress, she did an amazing job with that role, and that was her first like real part in anything where she wasn't just kind of a background actress.
Yeah.
And that's heartbreaking that she had to go. It's so sad for her, and she started out so late in life doing this too. She just started doing like being an extra, like I think around the time of COVID coming out, COVID happening, and so I would love to see them bring her back as Ghost Tian Shen for Kenny, for her sake. But anyway, getting off subject, but amazingly acted scene, and at the end, Boyd seemed to really be praying for himself too, not just for Katri, because Katri was already dead at this point. Boyd finished the prayer, and then he said amen 3 times and then looked up. So he was actually really praying at that point for himself. So he looks up saying amen. It was just a powerful moment. Really beautiful. And Harold is just a world-class actor. My God. And so is Sean Majunder. Wow, did he slay that scene. Just gut-wrenching. And Katri wasn't one of Donna's people, but she was devastated anyway. She really does care about everyone there, and now everyone's going to be brought together by this. And so his purpose was served. It's funny how the moment he served his purpose and convinced Boyd to keep Sarah alive, boom, he's taken out. It's like a chess game happened, and the man in yellow just took him off the board, if you will. That's what it feels like. Yeah, Fletch. The show has amazing actors. Really, really does. Katri did write a full Bible. Yes, Fletch. Tabitha handed it to him at the church. We broke down that episode last week. Yeah. He left it at Lauren Pratt's house for some reason. And Tabitha found it and then brought it there. Yep. Amy Oh, yeah. I hope you, yeah, good luck, Amy, with finding a job. I know how tough that can be. It's so frustrating sending out loads and loads of job applications and not hearing anything. Um, but yeah, good luck with that. Um, Martin said, "What? Wait a minute. I missed something here. What? Fletch said something first. Fletch said, Julie about to get more people on Discord. Glad I mentioned the stream on the other Discord. Oh, you did, Fletch? Wow, nice. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's fantastic. From TV Epics has more than 80,000 members. That is that a Discord? Holy shit.
Or Reddit.
Or a Reddit? Jesus. That's crazy. Wow. Um Jeez. Well, thanks for helping out, Fletch, and telling people about mine. Uh, much appreciated. Yeah. Fletch said, "Let's all have conversations on Julie's
Mhm.
videos to get the algorithm." Yes, please, please do. You know, just
I was having some mock debates on another person's channel because she was like, "Hey, if you just want to like just debate something back and forth and give me more on the algorithm," I'm like, "Sure,
sure. Hey,
we'll
why
have
not?
some mock battles."
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it helps. It helps with the algorithm to do that. Just keep going back and forth with people. Yeah, yeah. That by all means, yeah. Have whole conversations on my videos. That'd be terrific. And the live stream. What do you call it? Replay.
Mm-hmm.
Newbers just joined my Discord. Really? Oh, nice, nice. Newbers is a part of the Fromaholics now. Hell
Mm.
yeah. Maybe this person came from that other group, I guess. Nice, nice. I love to see new members. You know, we're growing.
Too late to ring a bell for them. There we go.
Yeah, we're growing steadily bit by bit. It's not a big Discord, but I see people joining. It's like a slow trickle of new people coming in. And when From was airing the new episodes that I did the midnight watch parties, I got a bunch of people pretty quickly. So I've got over 200 in there, but then it slows down. Maybe with Severance it might pick up. Oh, Decipher said something nice here. Julie and Scarlett, I forgot to mention that not only do you two have a splendid timing balance, but also your voices are complementary notes. Well, that was
Thank you.
nice. That was very kind.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I think we do have like a really good balance and a good chemistry. Um, it just fits. Yeah. So I appreciate it. We appreciate the kind words. Um, okay, Brew, you got those. You've heard this. Yeah. So yeah, I've never heard anyone else talk about this, but these weird reverse sneezes that dogs get. It's only little dogs with pushed in noses generally, but yeah. It can be scary actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah, a new documentary about Diddy dropped today on Peacock. Is that the one that 50 Cent did? Because I know this is off topic. I'm not going to ramble, but but I heard that 50 Cent has hated Diddy like forever, and 50 Cent has been in a battle with him forever, and like apparently like he's been putting together a documentary on him. So when Diddy finally went down last year, he must have been celebrating, I mean, partying it up, and he said that he was putting together a documentary. I wonder if that's it. I want to see this. I mean, it's disturbing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making light of the horrible things Diddy did. I just think it's funny if it's 50 Cent is the one that did it because he hates his guts so much. Oh God, it's yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, um, wait, I missed it. It says no. She missed my Clara comment where we need to look out for her. Supposedly seeing them go to the woods. That's what she tells Jade. Um, Clara, did Clara see Victor and Julie go to the woods? Is that what you mean, Martin? What did I miss? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I must have missed something, but anyway, just quickly scanning through these real quick, and then we're gonna wrap this thing up. Chat, count the seconds Smiley was upstairs in that bedroom, then watch who comes around the corner.
Really?
Who came around the corner?
Clara?
Was it?
I guess that's what I'm getting from it.
I'm gonna have to go back and look. I'll have to go back and look. Okay, Bruce said, what's his name? Kevin wanted to get on Molly, as in Molly Dunsworth Jasmine, yes.
Or Molly. Molly.
Or Molly.
Molly.
She missed it. It was Smiley. What did I miss? What did I miss? I don't know what I missed. Well, I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah, I'll probably look at it before Jamie's live, so I'll just check it then.
Yeah. Julie, the monsters that come around the corner towards Fatima and Ellis, and one of them, I thought one of them was Smiley. So how did he get down there? I thought one of them was Smiley.
Powers.
I thought that, see, I was thinking it actually, but I wasn't sure if it was him because it's hard to see, but I thought that was him. Can they teleport? Because in episode, in season one, episode 2, the bride monster was down at the RV, and then all of a sudden she's up at Colony House on the porch too. So Smiley's up here, and then Ellis jumps out the window.
They can be fast when they want to be.
Well, let's review. Ellis jumps out the window. He jumps off the roof. Fatima comes down. That's Smiley right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it might be him. I see what that looks like, a cardigan, possibly. Maybe. I could be wrong. That kind of looks like him. I was thinking it, and I think that's what Martin was talking about.
Yeah.
If that's him, that would be wild. Because that would mean he teleported down there. So now I have to go back and actually look at the video to get a better view, but that's...
Yeah.
I wonder if that's actually him. That would be crazy. Anyway, yeah. I think
he ran down all the stairs really quick out the back door around Colony House.
Nah, I mean, lightning fast. I don't know. I don't know if he could be that fast. Let's see.
That'd be super scary though. They could be that lightning fast, but they're just moving real slow.
Yeah. Yeah. I Need New Shoes is the mod on Discord. Noobers, she's so awesome. Glad she stopped by. Oh, so Noobers is I Need New Shoes? Okay. Oh, cool. Good to know. Nice. Oh, I'm glad she joined. Awesome. She's trying to find the translation of what Kenny's dad said also. Great. That's great. Okay. His faith was tested. Yeah, Dean. It's not that hard to understand. Yeah, I mean, and it was manipulated. His faith was manipulated. He was tricked. They keep keeping him distracted so the other monster can sprint at Katri to F him up. Yes. Oh yeah. They're very, very fast. Absolutely. Yeah. She has to be in Baldy mode because she sprinted there. That's my point. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he chased Ellis. Yeah, so yeah, you think the creature ran from the Colony House to kill Katri. Oh wait, no. It's what I was trying to say about Smiley earlier. He chased Ellis out the window, and Smiley was somehow back outside, creeping around the corner again within seconds. I am going to go back and look at that. We know they can run since we saw Smiley running towards Miranda. Still, I don't know how he would have gotten down there that fast, though. That's like within seconds. So
that's frightening if that actually is true.
Seriously, yeah. This shows us that they could sprint the whole time, but we missed it. Yeah, I think they could the whole time. Absolutely. Flesh said, I even think they can fly because how the hell was the old
Mm-hmm.
lady creature on the window talking to Megan on the pilot episode? Either that or they're really good at climbing.
Yeah, they can like climb like an animal outside the building, outside the building, like
Yeah,
dragon.
like a spider crawl up the side of
Yeah,
the building or
wonderful.
something. Yeah, check that. I'm gonna check that out too, Martin. And yeah, I've looked at the house, Martin. There is something there that Grandma could be standing on. I've looked at it. There's like a little, I forget what it's called, but it's like a piece of the roof that's kind of right below the.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I don't know if you'd call it a roof, but
Mm-hmm.
sort of like a piece of roof under the windows, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So she could have just climbed up there. Nice, yeah. I'll definitely check the Discord, Martin, and I'm gonna look at that scene again. Check when Frank arrives the next morning to the house. You can see clearly. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's see. This is why I need everyone to be on board with my Clara theory. I see everything. Yeah, you're very good at picking up details, Martin. I'm impressed. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up down to the bottom here. Um, wow, From TV Epic's Discord is at 14,000 members. Wow. I'm the mod Fletcher is talking about. I'm Noobers. Well, thank you for joining mine. I appreciate it. That's crazy that there's a Discord with 14,000 members. I've got a little over 200. I think that's a lot. Jeez. Teeter said, let's leave this stream and start chatting in the comments of Julie's videos.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Yeah, please. By all means, just have full conversations in there and more people will find them. Oh, it's not the 50 Cent one. Okay. I want to see the 50 Cent one because that one, that's going to be real petty. It's come from pure pettiness, so it's going to be savage. See, he hated that guy long before anything came out about what Diddy did. What Diddy did. It sounds funny. Um, so anyway, yeah, this was fun. You know, amazing episode to break down, one of the most memorable of the whole series, and uh I mean, this entire season has been amazing, honestly. Like,
Mm-hmm.
there hasn't been a single episode that I haven't been completely captivated by, even though I've watched the series through, I think, 2 times before this. So this is my third viewing because remember, I'm still a newbie. I
Mm-hmm.
just started watching it. I watched it for the first time in March of last year. So I know some
Mm-hmm.
people might have watched it several times already. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm on watch number 3. What about you, Scarlett? How many watches have you done?
Well, I probably watched it the first time it was free on Epics, and then I kind of watched it. I watched it the whole season because it was free weekend, and then I watched like half of it and half of it because it was another free weekend. So there's 2 for the first. And then when the second season came out, I had to watch it half and half. And then I probably watched the first season and then the second season.
Right,
So it's
right.
probably about 4 watches at that time, and like a couple watches on season 2, and then the third season came out. I probably did it all again. So probably 5 or 6 on 1, probably 2 or 3 on 2, and 1 on 3.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a
But I'd
lot.
always binge it when I come on free weekends because I didn't have a subscription. So when they have these free weekends, which I don't really seem to have anymore, I,
Right,
I would
right.
just binge it. I binge Yellow Jackets the same way. I watched the whole first season. And I was like, I kept watching it because it was so intriguing.
That's the thing about binging. I just hate when I go too fast through a show and then it's
Mm-hmm.
over and I'm
Yeah.
wanting more. I'm left wanting more.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I don't like about binging. But
Yeah.
but I can see why with the free weekends.
Mm-hmm.
Get it in
Yep.
quick. Um,
And now they barely have anything. It's just kind of disappointing.
yeah. um, Truly a newbie. I mean, I may seem like a thank you. I mean, I may seem like a professional, but I just obsess over the show so much. 3 watches was all it took. I mean, this is only my third for me to be completely down the rabbit hole and remembering every minute detail because I'm obsessed with it. So, oh Jesus! Cat's knocking
Okay.
stuff over. I'll have to go out and feed him in a minute, but we're wrapping up anyway. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, this is only my third watch, but you would think, any other show, you watch it again, it's not as enjoyable because you know what's going to happen. But I'm finding this rewatch extremely just intriguing, captivating, noticing so many things I didn't notice before. This is the kind of show every time you watch it, you might pick up on things you never saw. Even you've seen it a lot more times. You
Yeah.
probably pick up on new things.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're really watching it to take notes and
Yeah.
like really looking for details. I was taking notes even before I knew I was going to start a channel.
Yeah.
I was being a geek. I was literally taking notes last March on this show. I had no intent of starting a channel at all, but I was taking notes on this. I took notes on Severance season 1, Lost, what was the other one? Fringe, and Dark too.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing. I love shows that make you think so much you actually want to take notes. It's fun for me. Some people think it would seem like work. I don't think so at all. I love it. So anyway, yeah, this is the like a TV show you can watch over and over again and still get so much enjoyment out of it and notice new things every time. And especially after the thing that you should always do is when a season of this ends, immediately start a rewatch, because now with the new insights we've learned, we're picking up on stuff that we didn't before. That's the time to do it. Like rewatch it right before the new season and then after, and then you find so much stuff like we're finding, foreshadowing, symbolism, knowing what we know now. It just, you're looking at it through a whole new lens, and it's such a rewarding thing. I love it. I wish I had time to make a deep dive video into every episode of the first 2 seasons, but I just haven't had the time. I'm thinking maybe when Severance is done and we finish with, I don't know, eventually at some point I'm going to make scripted deep dives into every episode of this, the way Geek Academy did. How the hell did he crank those out so fast anyway?
And he did Silo.
How does he do this so fast? It takes me forever to make my videos, and his are way more like complex and technically like difficult.
I think he does editing as a job.
Oh, okay. So it's easier for him. He's got those skills naturally, the skill set for it.
Yeah.
All right, because I was like, how are you doing this? Right before season 3 dropped, he was just dropping one after the next, like everything you missed in seasons 1 and 2. I'm like, this is incredible. It takes me an eternity to make these simple, basic videos without a lot of bells and whistles, but I'm putting an enormous amount of effort into the actual script and writing it and picking out images for it. So I don't know. Eventually, I'll find time to actually make videos on each episode. I don't know when it's going to be. It's going to be weird because we're going to be doing this rewatch for a while now. We still have 10 episodes of season 2, and we've got 3 left of this season. I don't know if we're going to do season 3 again after that, but
probably just be momentum and probably do season 3.
So it's like, so we've got at least 13 more weeks of this, possibly 23 more weeks if we do season 3. So between that and Severance and stuff, I mean, I don't know when I'll have the time, like, unless I just start making, while we're doing these rewatch lives, start making videos from the beginning, and just, they won't be in sync with our lives, but that's all right, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. It's just something I want to do because we're finding so much stuff, so many insights, and they're all interspersed within marathon length lives that people are going to watch all of. That's the thing that sucks. I want to condense it into a smaller deep dive with all the stuff that we're finding. I wish I had done that from the start, but anyway.
Oh, you still can.
I still can. I could start now. I mean, it would just be out of order with what we're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
I still could.
You
I
could
feel
do a
like
couple. You could do like a couple episodes in one thing.
I feel like I should do it soon because I want to do it while these new insights we're gleaning are fresh
Yeah.
in my head.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to wait. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's why you gotta make these deep dives a little shorter, so you have that time to make the videos.
I should do it. With Severance, it's going to be tougher though. Thanks, Dieter. I'm trying. I'm not reading every comment anymore because that would take forever. As much as I would love to. Dark is a show that's really good for rewatches, Fletch. Though, yeah, Dark is definitely good for that. And thank you. I need new shoes. This was a lot of fun. Hope to catch the next one from the very, very beginning. Well, we've got another From Live. I think Friday I'm going to start it at 11 p.m. Eastern. The Wednesday lives are 10 p.m. Eastern normally. This one just was late. My fault. But normally we do lives every Wednesday for the rewatch, 10 p.m. Eastern, and Friday it'll be 11 p.m. Eastern. And just talking general theories until Doc joins us, and he's a new collaborator. He guests on Friday nights. We dive into a different theme every Friday night. So it'll be this week. It's going to be director Jack Bender. He'll join sometime after midnight, around like 12:30 Eastern, and that'll be fun. So yeah, 2 From Lives per week. And if you're into Severance, we're doing that too. Starting tomorrow or tonight, rather, with pre-game live at 11 p.m. Eastern. And then the watch party in the Discord. Again, the Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat. And if you're on the replay listening, you can join the Discord in the link in the description of this video. There's a link. So
yeah, but before that, you can catch your interview at 8 p.m.
Yes, that's another thing. Yes,
you make a whole night of it.
Make a whole night of it. Yes. So yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern. I will premiere the first part of the interview with Doug Hughes, the man in yellow. It's about 46 minutes long, so it's a deep dive interview, but you'd expect nothing less from me.
Yeah.
I mean, if an actor's willing to do it, I'm gonna take the time. So, and Doug is amazingly patient and willing to do this, so I appreciated it. I didn't plan on it being that long, an hour and 40 minutes total, but it just kind of happened, and he was totally cool. So yeah, that's 8 p.m. Eastern Thursday night. And Doug himself said he's going to be there listening. So who knows? Could step in on the chat, maybe not. But either way, it's cool that he'll be listening, and I think you guys will enjoy it. In the next few days, I'll release part 2 of that interview too. So yeah, and soon I'll keep you guys posted on when we're gonna find a day for Doug to come on the live stream. I'm gonna invite him within the next couple of weeks, I would say, for sure. So yeah, I think that's all the stuff to promote. Did I miss anything? No, there's one other thing. If you're the Severance lives, after the pre-game live tonight, there's also the episode breakdown live, which will be Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern for Severance. We'll start breaking down the episodes every Monday night. That's it. Thank you, Fletch. Another awesome stream. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dreams. What's this dream? I think it wants to say Dream Stream Team. Decipher. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Martin. And everyone listening on the replay, I appreciate you too. And those who are just listening as well, thank you so, so much. I love that we get to still do this. I didn't want to quit these lives, and I'm really enjoying this rewatch. So, yeah, Martin is awesome. Martin has had some great takes, Fletch, 100%. You meant Steam? What is? I don't get it then. Decipher. Uh. Anyway. Um. All right. Thank you again. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. Appreciate all of you. Guess I'll. Maybe I'll go out with maybe one of the cameos. I can play yours. I can play yours again.
Oh, sure. That'll be thrilling.
Yeah. Let's go out. Let's go out with Scarlett's cameo. Scarlett got a cameo from David Alpay. This will be entertaining for you guys. So I'll close with this. And until next time, keep on deep diving. And let's see what we can uncover together. See you guys.
Bye.
Working. I hope it works. Scarlett, it's Jade. I found this old, broken down cell phone, and I'm hoping it's got a little bit of battery left, and I might be able to send this signal. I'm standing next to the signal tower over here that we rebuilt, hoping this gets out to you. I just wanted to say that your co-hosting work on Julie B. Deep Dives Lives is fabulous, and I've been reading your Diesel Punk book series, Wild Marjoram, and it's the only thing that's keeping me sane in this crazy place. Your film is amazing, and you know what? If I could get out of here, if I could just get out of here, I think we could take over the world. You and me, baby. Endless possibilities. That's all I'm saying. Possibilities, endless. Obstructions, minimal. But unfortunately, I'm stuck here in Frumtown. Penelope the goat, really the only person who puts up with me. Victor's got his own friends now, so, you know, that whole thing. Scarlett, speaking as David Alpay now, thanks so much for watching the show. And thank you for being a fan. It tickles me absolutely raw that you love our show so much. All right, sweetie, have a happy holidays, happy new year. I will see you season 4. And now I got to do something about this hair. It's getting in my eyes and it's really fucking me off. Also, half my diet these days is mustache and beard. All right, bye. Bye.